It is the Football Monday. Let me fix this bad puppy here a little bit. There we go. Appreciate everybody coming aboard. You have so many choices, and you choose us. And with our new time now from 2 to 6, we really appreciate you guys stepping in with us for the next 4 hours here. We're going to talk with our friend Tone, get his takeaway. That'll be at 3:30. Gary Cobb at 4:30, and you obviously as you come aboard. Before I get going here, I want to throw some love out to our friends at JAKIB Sports here, man. That was awesome on the deck of the New Jersey. See, I'm a geek for military. I'm a complete geek for the military. I've been on the USS Hornet based in Oakland. I've been on the Midway in San Diego. I've been on the Carl Vinson. I've been on so many boats, and to see our show being done at the New Jersey, the most decorated battleship in American wartime history, was awesome. That was sensational. What a great backdrop. You had everything there, man. That was damn cool, man. I really enjoyed watching that show yesterday from the deck. Not taking anything away from our friends at Oceans. Okay? Not taking anything away from Oceans, but I really enjoyed that. All right. I do want to start this off by saying this. There is no question you're 4-0. The Philadelphia Eagles are 4-0, and I think it was also a telling weekend in the National Football League. 4-0 doesn't mean you're the best team in the league. Every idiot that posts that 4-0 stuff, you're idiots. The best record in the NFL traditionally doesn't win the Super Bowl. Has nothing to do with it. Has absolutely nothing to do with it. Plus, I would throw this at you. I had a stat here. Before we get going, and my takeaways from the game, Mac Jones, who was benched, had a 316-yard passing performance against you. He was benched. 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. Kirk Cousins, 364, 70.5% completion percentage. Mac Jones actually was 65% completion percentage. And he may not even be the starter next week. Baker Mayfield, best game by the secondary, 146, 60%, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Sam Howard, 5 starts, 71% completion percentage, 1 touchdown for the Commanders. It's a 7-9 collected group of teams here. Not one of those teams, except maybe the Bucs, will be a playoff contending team. I mean, and plus those quarterbacks, not one of those guys are you going to build your franchise around. Those aren't franchise guys. And they're averaging 280 yards against you in your secondary. They basically eat you up. How about that Sam Howell opening play drive of 14 plays? Right down your throat. Am I right when I say this? Wasn't the first 2 series by Washington 21 plays, 150 in total yards? Where was your defense? Let's get to the takeaways. As I said, you're 4-0 versus 7-9 teams. And I do want to start out with the fact you're 4-0 and you're not playing complete football. Okay? You're not. I don't think this Eagle team is playing its best football. And you're 4-0. That's a positive. That's not a rip. Isaac Osil's wrong every week. Really? I told you that you would get your asses out coached, and it did. That should have been a 31-17 game. The Buffalo Bills kicked the shit out of that team. They kicked the shit out of that team. And it wasn't even close. There were 9 sacks in the game. But because you're JV coaches, I told you, Made it a 28-0 game or 28-20 type of game. And it did. It made it a one-score game. Made it a one-score game because your JV coaches were all over the place in that game. I did not think the coordinators were very good. You kept the team, like Washington, in a game that you shouldn't have. But then again, you're not playing your best ball. Hey, don't start coming on here right now telling me it's a divisional game and it was a short work week. I tried telling you that last week, and you didn't want to hear it. You thought 50-17. You thought 48-10. Remember, I asked you, there's a reason I asked you for them scores. I wrote them down. I got them all here. You guys thought you were going to blow that team out. But because of good coaching, they had an opportunity to win the ball game. Every single game you've been in, outside of maybe the Buck game, a team has had the last opportunity to beat you. Why is that? Well, you're not very good on defense. You're not very good on defense. The Bills destroyed that Washington team. Destroyed them. 14-play drive to open the game. Jalen Hurts played great. 14-play drive, opening drive right down your throat. Where was Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter against the run? The Washington Commanders have one of the worst offensive lines in pro football. That's one of the worst O-lines in all of pro football. Completely outcoached in that game. Chase Young destroyed Jordan Mailata. Destroyed him. Destroyed him. That's the best I've seen Chase Young look in 2 years, obviously. Destroyed him. Had no answers for him. Ran around him. Stood him up. He absolutely kicked his ass. Kicked his ass. There's no question. Situational penalties destroyed the Eagles' opportunities to get that Washington team off the field. For whatever reason. 11 penalties in the ball game. Very undisciplined ball game by the Philadelphia Eagles. Very undisciplined. Best game of the year for Jalen Hurts by far. By the way, I thought the most effective play that he had was that 3rd and long that he got out when he was going down for an 8-yard loss and extended the drive. Then the other plus 20 plays that he had, the 150-plus yarder down the sideline to AJ, some big plays in the ball game. Absolutely. Fletcher Cox was sensational. He was just ragdolling number 72. He was ragdolling him. I mean, ragdolling. Crazy. Reddick was a factor. There is no question DeAndre Swift is an upgrade to Miles Sanders. He is an absolute upgrade. Huge day for Nicholas Morrow. For a guy who didn't even make the team in the opening roster for opening day. That was a big game. Actually, I thought Zach Cunningham was all over the place. And if I'm Sean Desai, I'm not putting Nakobe Dean back in the ball game. No, thank you. I have no interest in that as of right now. He's a depth guy to me. Those guys, when you got something going, why mess with it? The reason that Zach Cunningham and Morrow are playing well is because the guys in front are playing decent. That wasn't their best effort against the run. It's a shitty O-line. And Sam Howell is not an elite guy. It's 5 starts. 5 starts. I will say this. Has to have been one of the worst officiated football games I've seen since I've been covering the Eagles. That was terrible. I mean, seriously, on the brotherly shove, so you're going to start manufacturing penalties against the Eagles just so that you can slow that thing down? That's not football. You want to start doing things that are counterintuitive so that you can maybe stop that play is absolutely obscene. Dude, how many Washington Commander guys are offside? I counted 2. If you go back and look at that play, there were 2 Commander guys offsides. Should have been offsetting penalties and do it again. It's just, if you're going to rig the game in penalties to stop the play, that's not football either. I thought it was really atrocious to play the officiating. There were phantom calls in that game. Phantom calls. The Bradbury thing was obnoxious. Okay, I didn't get it, man. 11 penalties, as I said, completely undisciplined. Another game where the team had a chance to win the ball game in the final series. And here's the thing I got to say about Ron Rivera. Ron, you have the inferior team. You had them on the road, divisional game. You were the inferior team. You really wanted to go into overtime with Jalen Hurts and the better team and the better place kicker. Shit, there was even question marks on whether your field goal kicker could kick extra points correctly. You got to go for that. No one's going to begrudge you if you don't get it. He goes, we were gassed. So were the Eagle defenders. They were gassed. That was a poor situational. He was conservative for a coach who's traditionally called Riverboat Ron. Okay? I don't get it. You have to go for that. If you don't get it, okay. You're the inferior team by far. The inferior team. You got to go for it. Missed opportunity by Ron. Eagle linebackers played great. Best game of the year for them. I thought the Washington coaches completely outcoached you in every form and fashion. Eric Bieniemy did a great job with a 5-start guy, and I thought Jack Del Rio did a great job, at least in making it a game. When you have a good defensive line, remember something. You did not blow a team out that was destroyed last week. And you beat them in overtime. And they put a ton of points up on you. So I would say this. Bieniemy did a really nice job. And I'm going to tell you flat. That was a well-coached game. I thought he was going to do something. It was completely countered by the enemy. Completely countered by the enemy. I still have a little bit of itch here with the internet. Hopefully everything's all good. We'll keep going as long as we can. We have to take a break here in a second. Carroll Edmonds is terrible. He's absolutely terrible. Okay, so for me, once again, I got it, guys. We may have to take a break here in a second. He didn't do a real nice job. Our defensive coordinator kept him in that game. The 10-yard cushions make everyone look absolutely horrific. Yes, it did, man. It absolutely did. So, hey, Tone, we're going to take a timeout here. We're going to see if we can get this thing back on track again here. The internet's going in and out here. So we're going to take a quick one, and we'll be right back here. So stay with me here. We'll continue it, reset everything, keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio, or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore, have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild days.
Score and save in southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Good sales. Appreciate you guys hanging in there. Little internet issues. We'll reset everything here. Look, you're 4-0. That is the most important thing. Getting out of the gate and finding ways to win will benefit you in the winter months. Okay? Absolutely. You know, finding more out about your weaknesses now may benefit you later on, so you can try to correct your weaknesses now. The time is now to correct your weaknesses, not in January. You know, you're not playing the best ball. And by the way, any idiot who thinks that because you're 4-0, this is not college football, that you're the best team in the league in San Francisco, we're going to take a look at both the teams and compare both of them. That doesn't necessarily mean you're the best teams. You really haven't played a playoff team. New England's a train wreck right now. That's not a good football team. Dallas destroyed them. And you struggled versus them. Albeit on the road, you had to go there. It's Brady. It's first week, all that. There's game tape on the weaknesses. Dallas had more of an advantage because they had a game plan. Okay? There's nothing wrong with being 4-0. Just like you try to tell me, isn't it funny? People will do this. Sills, it's early. Okay, well then the 4-0 record doesn't matter, does it? Now look, I'd rather be them than the Bengals. For sure. Bills are playing the best ball. They destroyed a team you struggled against and destroyed that Miami Dolphin team that hung 70 on someone. Josh Allen's a machine right now. You're not beating that guy with that secondary you have. You're not. He ain't Sam Howell. He ain't Mac Jones. He's a different dude. You're not beating him with that defense. That defense, hey, thank God Jalen played good. Honestly, thank God he played well. Because if he doesn't, you lose that game probably by 10. If he doesn't play well, you lose by 10. Okay? Facts. And by the way, your offensive line, when it comes to pass protection, you're giving up 3-4 sacks a game now? Boy, I'll say this to you, man. Out of the gate so far this year, you're not very good in pass protection. And you're just not. I mean, that's an overhyped part of that O-line. You're not a very good pass protection team. You're giving 3-4 sacks up a game. Do you think that's good as an elite group? I don't think so. Let me throw this at you, too. Hurts is still a one-target guy. Let me ask you what you think of these numbers here out of the gate so far, just in the last 2 weeks with A.J. Brown. So last week, he had 40% of the targets. Yesterday, he had 38% of the targets. I mean, is it really that much of an emphasis that you take out of the game, Devontae and Goddard? You're not going to win like that. Hey, Dallas is not going to win because you know why? Dallas doesn't have a number 2. They think they do. They don't. Even in that game against New England, dude, San Francisco has a number 2. And get this, that's Deebo Samuel. Ayuk's playing like a 1. Dallas doesn't. Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup, really? They're like Quez Watkins guys. Maybe Cooks, I don't know. I don't see a true number 2 in Dallas. And your quarterback is not Josh Allen. He's not good enough. And it's funny, people go like this. Tua was exposed. Tua played the Bills. You're not comparing the Bills to the Commanders, are you? How dumb can you be? You're really going to compare the Bills to the Commanders? That's a whole different animal there. Absolutely not remotely close. Not remotely close. Not remotely close. And I'll say it one more time to you. I am not playing Nakobe Dean as a starter. Not happening. Not happening. Okay? Not happening. Until one of these guys starts stepping back, that guy's a second teamer. I'm not messing with the chemistry of what looks like it's working now. That was one of the better parts. Your defensive line against the run gave up more yards against a team that can't run the ball. And they put up 34 points or 31 points on you. That's not a very good O-line. It's an awful O-line. Let's go by the numbers now. Obviously, OT, 34-31. Hey, you know what? I will say this. Michael Clay, special teams, the last couple games. Okay. Yeah. That could be turning the corner. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Hey, from now on, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start answering you guys here systematically, but I'm not going to get into a back and forth with idiots. Just not. Okay? You see it through a different lens than I do. Deal with it. First down, Commanders 26, Eagles 23. Eagles gave up 107 yards rushing. 67 yards came from running backs. 40 yards came from Sam Howell just making plays. The real issue wasn't third down. Was third down passing defense. Yeah, but that 107 was all they needed to keep play action going for third down. The reason third down was effective is because they had 27 rushing attempts. That's the reason third down was effective. If they don't get that 107, okay? If they don't get that 107, what do the Eagles do? They pin their ears. There's not a chance of third down. You're constantly at 3rd and 8. That 107 was the most important statistic in the game for the Commanders because they were also doing it at 4 yards plus a clip. That has to keep your backers tight and keep you honest. That's why the secondary was open. That's why they were able to go 14 plays. That 107 was more critical than the 290 he threw for. Kept him in third and short, and it's not so much they kept pounding away with the 27 attempts. It was the fact they were getting 4-4 a carry. The run defense wasn't as stout. That's what kept Sam Howell in that game. Sam Howell went toe for toe with Jalen Hurts in that game. And that was that guy's fifth start. And that's coaching. That's coaching. Jalen Hurts had to play like that because Bieniemy had taken all the bullshit that Sam Howell had gone through with the 9 sacks against the Bills, the lack of a running game, quick passes, out passes. They did everything correct. Everything correct in that game. Everything correct. That 107 was so important for them to be able to get that. It was like 4 yards a carry, 3.9, something like that. That's all they needed. Total plays. Here's what also kept them in it. I don't know, Tone, if this is an exact stat here, but this may be the first game that the opponent had more plays than the Eagles. Howe averaged 6-7 carries, yards per carry. Running backs averaged 3. As a team, they averaged 3.8. I had 3.9. Okay? So critical because it kept them honest. You don't have to rush the ball for 350 yards. They basically took a blueprint from last year's game. This has to be one of the only games this year that the opponent had more plays. They had 74 plays to 67. You don't realize what that means because what was it? 21 plays? What was it? 21 plays? Tone, Gary's all set for 4:30. 21 plays for 150 yards in the first 2 series for the Commanders. Eagles had 415 in total yards. The Commanders had 365. Get this. This is how you beat Philly right here. You had 10 total drives. That's it. Okay? You had 10 total drives. What does that basically mean? That basically means like you have 3 drives a quarter. That's it. That's how you beat them. Okay? That's how you beat them. Limit their series. Yes, you're right. The Commanders ran 74 plays, Eagles 67. Eagles also lost time of possession. Commanders had the ball 35-07, Eagles 30. This is a remedy out of last year. This is exactly how they beat the Eagles last year. Ron Rivera has put a blueprint up with lesser talent on how to beat you. Eagles had 104 yards rushing. Jesus criminy. Are you telling me that the Eagles were dominated by the Washington Commanders front 4? Sure looks it. Sure looks it. 100 yards for that group who's been killing teams? Okay? Just remember this. There were no turnovers in this game. No turnovers. And this thing came down to a decision and a field goal in overtime. You understand? This game came down to a decision and a field goal in OT. Now, I will give that to you, David. I do think that, hey, Chase Young for the first time looked like rookie Chase Young. He did. And when you get him, Montez, Allen, the rest of that group playing like that, that's a formidable D-line. Absolutely. Hey, Let me think. The Jets D-line, I don't think, hey, does anybody think the Jets and Washington, do you think Dallas has a better D-line than those two guys? I don't know. I don't think Dallas has a better D-line than those two. You think Dallas has a better D-line than Washington and the Jets? I don't believe that. I do not believe that. Okay? I do not. I think Dallas is good. Okay? I mean, that's a formidable group, and it played out that way. They got pressure on the quarterback, too. Young destroyed Mulata. Okay? Destroyed him. Illegal procedures, there must have been 3 of them. Got around him for a sack. Absolutely destroyed him. Okay? How many people believe that Mulata got beat by Chase Young? Look at these guys. No, he didn't. Really? You don't think that Chase Young killed Mulata in that game? Wow. See? This is why I don't get into a conversation with people who don't see the truth. Jordan Mulata was destroyed in that game. He was terrible in pass protection. He was awful. Okay? It's the best I've seen Chase Young look. Okay? He got killed in that game. Penalties. Undisciplined football game by the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, some of those were shitty officiating plays, too. Calm down with the overreaction. Hey, can you put the first one up there? At some point, we have to give the other coaches credit. I did. I said to completely outcoached them. Calm down with the overreaction. Sam Howell is 1-0 versus Dallas with Dak in the meaningful game as well. This game wasn't that meaningful. No response by me on that. Undisciplined football game. Undisciplined football game. Again, timely drive continuing plays. Okay? That's coaching, along with player accountability and shitty officiating. There's no doubt. Worst officiated football game I've seen in 3 years covering the Eagles. That was awful. Awful. Awful officiating. Turnover 0. Time of possession was owned by the Commanders. Here's the remedy to beat Philly if you have one of the elite teams. More first downs. Limit their offensive plays in series. Have some type of rushing game, and you can beat them. Hey, let me say this to you. Kansas City is more beatable than Philadelphia is. I watched that win last night by them against the Jets. They're unbelievably beatable. I think Philadelphia can beat that team. I don't think Kansas City's good. I'll take that back. I don't think they're great. I think they're good. I do not believe Kansas City is a great football team. They got a great quarterback and some really good pieces, but that's a very beatable team. The Eagles, on the other hand, they're not as easy to beat. They're not as easy to beat. Because you know why? Here's something that Hurts has that Mahomes doesn't have. The ability to extend plays. That's the difference. Is he a better quarterback than Mahomes? No. But Mahomes' ability to extend plays, if the passing game's not working, you saw it play out last night. Okay? Pacheco's a decent back, but the fear is in the running of the quarterback. When Hurts was in the pocket, and they had him for an 8-yard sack, and he takes off for a 16-yard gain, I sat there and went like this. That is the biggest back-breaking play of the game. They had him dead for rights. They had him, and he breaks out and he goes up the middle. That's the Jalen Hurts of a year ago. I saw that stupid bullshit sliding again. It's obnoxious, and it's affecting the offense. They have completely screwed this kid up. The coaches. Let this guy go play his game. Take the damn reins off him. It's enough. How many times are we going to see Jalen? He knows what to do in open space. Making him get down the way they're making him get down is making that offense tentative. He is a dual threat guy. When he breaks out in the open like that, he is so effective. I think the coaches have put reins on this kid. And when he's completing passes, when he starts completing those passes and he breaks out into the perimeter when his legs, that's when he is Jalen Hurts. That's the first part of the game that I saw Jalen Hurts 2022. But then there were times in the game he got down. He slid down. Yell goes, they want him to throw first. I want him to be Jalen Hurts first. Dude, when Hurts plays Jalen football, he's not playing Jalen football right now. That's a coaching philosophy decision. Seals, do you think the Eagles won a trap game or just another divisional game? Probably both, David. David, by the way, they did what it took to win. It was a short work week. I told you guys all this, David. It was a short work week. Okay, it's a divisional game. You're going against better coaches, really good coaches. This was either going to be a 31-17 game or it was going to be a 28-20 game. Turned out to be an OT kick game and a decision that Rivera, in my opinion, should have went for the game winner. Okay? I mean, why are you limiting? Can I tell you what they're doing? You're right, Yale. Do you know what they're doing? They're opening up the passing. They're not really opening up the passing game. That's not a true statement. Okay? I understand that. Arguing at work with coworkers. Listen, they want to expand the passing game and limit the RPO and the R and the RPO. You're limiting Hurts. That pre-sliding and getting down and him being cognizant of not gaining extra yards, dude, I get preserving the guy. I totally get it. And that 21-1 has won you nothing. 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 This is not about consolation prizes. Congrats on Tub T and Cowboys. And let me know. I'll get a UN translator, Duncan, on what that means. Nothing, Roland. What have you won? Admiration? What have you won? What have you won? What has that record brought you? They need to involve Goddard. They can't involve Goddard and Smith. Here, let's go to the numbers here with that. Okay? Sam Howell played right alongside of Jalen Hurts in this ball game. For his fifth start, he hung right in there. Someone says winning culture. You've had a winning culture since 2000. Devontae had a good game. We're going to talk about it. How could somebody have half the targets and you limit the other players in targets and think you're going to be able to beat the better teams in the playoffs? 49ers. Oh, no, I'm not doing the 49ers. I don't want to do that one yet. I want to go by. Let's look at the game numbers here for the players in the game with the Eagles Commanders. Hurts 25 of 37, 319, 2 touchdowns, no turnovers, 112-3. Best game he's played all year. Sam Howell, fifth start, 71% completion percentage in the game. This guy was completing passes at will on your defense. At will. At will. 29 of 41, 290, 1 touchdown, no interceptions, 98-6. Not bad for a fifth start for a kid. I mean, Eric Bieniemy had him playing almost step for step in the passing game with Jalen Hurts. I mean, do you understand the guys you're playing so far? One guy, the first opening week guy threw for 316 versus you, and he was benched yesterday. You played against Cousins and Mayfield and Sam Howell. And these guys all, hey, and you know what? I think I wrote down also what these guys have all done against you guys in the opening weeks here. All in the 68s. Your pass defense is terrible. Hey, when someone starts bringing up Avonte Maddox and all these guys being injured, welcome to the NFL. Welcome to the NFL, guy. The war of attrition is part of what will always dictate who wins the Super Bowl. You think the Jets? Are you expecting the Jets to cry? Big Sills, continue with the facts, no excuses. Look, you can't make an excuse up for the fact they're 4-0. This is no excuses. This is my observation. DeAndre Swift, 56 yards, important yards, 14 carries. Brian Robinson, 45 on 14 carries, 3-2. The 3-2 was so crucial to keep play action and third down going for the Commanders. A.J. Brown, 9 catches, 175 yards. He cried enough. Had to make sure he got all the targets. 2 touchdowns, 19-4. No question. Great game. At the expense of others. Devontae, 7 catches, 78. He's lucky. Can I tell you this about Devontae Smith? A.J. Brown is so lucky that A.J. plays with a guy like Devontae Smith, that he doesn't bitch and moan and cry and throw a tantrum like other wide receivers would be throwing tantrums about the lack of targets compared to his targets. He is absolutely lucky. Okay? He is absolutely lucky. Okay? A.J. Brown gets 40% of the targets weekly. Last 2 weeks, it's been 40. 40 last week, 38 this week. He's lucky he plays with a guy like that. He's totally lucky. McLaurin had 8 catches for 86. Curtis Samuel had 7 for 51. They completely make an effort. I mean, Goddard's targets were what? 4? So you have a top 5 tight end with 4 targets. Underutilized. It seemed that McLaurin had a big day. Yeah, you know why it seemed that? Because he made third down catches. That's why it seemed like he had a big day. Because he made third down completion to extend drives. They were critical plays in the game that he had that kept the drive going. The 175 yards that A.J. Brown had, you still were in a decision where you could have lost the game if the coach goes for it. And you lost by an overtime field goal. Had no bearing, really. And a blowout. He had a good game. He needed to. Or you would have lost. Nobody really had. Hey, do you think anybody on Washington had a big game? Who had a big game? Who on Washington had a big game? I'm missing it. McLaurin, 86, 8 catches. Just pretty much almost Devontae. Samuel, 7 catches, 51. Robinson, 45 yards. Howell had 290. Tone says Eric Bieniemy did. Doc goes, what's the point? You probably played as good as you could possibly play on offense against the Commanders. That's the point. That wasn't a great game. How about this? Who do you think feels better about themselves coming out of that game? The Eagles or the Commanders? Who do you think had a who do you think feels better at moving forward? Coming out of that game, Eagles or the Commanders? What you guys, 10-point favorites, 9-point favorites in that thing? If I'm the Eagles, I feel like this, lucky on defense. Offense, signs of possible things. Signs of things. Those are my takeaways. By the way, let me say this. That stuff that they're doing with Hurts, they need to stop it. He's getting poor advice. You have JV. I'm going to get to the coordinators here in a minute. This fundamental decision to have him protect himself out there, I get it, man. I get it. You know what it looks? Awkward. It just looks awkward. It looks awkward. Funny, it's crazy when people go like this, no moral victories. How many people in here take victory laps off of Hurts' performance in the Super Bowl? Yeah, keep changing the sticks. It looks awkward. I think they're holding him back. I do. I think they're holding him back. I mean, it just looks like it's conservative. They're trying to make him something he is completely not. That guy is not throwing for $4,000 this year. But it's not important. Only in the minds of fantasy football people. Thank you, Chris. Only in the minds of fantasy football dudes. I feel the organization had a preseason and predetermined mentality. Hey, Jalen, when you're in open space, let's not take any contact. Dude, he can get hurt more in the pocket than he can. Remember what was it Phil Simms? Remember what Phil Simms said? You have more control of where and what kind of contact you're going to take when you're in open field running. And I never thought of it that way. Tony and I both went like this. Holy shit. You know, he's right. You have more control of that in open field than you do in the pocket when a guy can roll you up from behind. Okay? Now your coordinators. Your defensive coordinator was schooled by Eric Bieniemy. That was a well-contrived game plan by Eric Bieniemy. What's the point? Wide receivers, 35%. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Thanks, Fat. Appreciate it very much. Targets, another 40 distributed through tight ends. Seems standard. You got one guy getting all the targets and your tight end's a non-factor. Your tight end this year in a month of the season has been a non-factor. A guy you're paying $15 million to is a non-factor. He's a non-factor. Why have him on the field? He's a non-factor. You're not going to win a Super Bowl with one wideout. You're going to have to spread that thing around. My opinion. Hey, we'll see how it plays out. We'll see. Personally, I don't believe that the way that team's playing right now, you'll never get there. So it's irrelevant. Your OC and DC. Brian Johnson, his feel for the game is robotic. I'm gonna put some adjectives out here to describe these guys. It's almost like you graduated college, you know what to do, but you don't have the experience to do it. Eric Bieniemy knew his quarterback can't sit in the pocket on a 7 or 8 step drop and withstand the pressure. Do you know what and how the offensive line handled the Eagle D-line? Eric Bieniemy handled it. That wasn't anything the Commanders did. You're making it sound like the Commanders played a great game against the Eagle D-line. Eric Bieniemy had a great game. 3-step drop. 1, 2, 3, out. 1, 2, 3, out. 1, 2, 3, out. 1, 2, 3, out. Those shitty cushions, Bieniemy knew it. There was going to be complete passes all over the field. He was not going to really get hit. Now, because they don't have a good line, and you watch what Fletcher was doing to those guys, Eric Bieniemy is the reason that it looked like the Washington Commanders' O-line played great with different blocking schemes and all that. It was Bieniemy. He went quick step, timing passes. Why did he do that? Because they play that weirdo off a defense where they line guys 10 yards off the ball. You had a guy who was sacked 9 times. Why didn't you get up in those guys' grill and play press coverage? That would have allowed that D-line to eat more. Okay? Brian Johnson had one of the worst play calling moments I've seen. You're 3rd and 11, and you decide to run the ball with Gainwell in the red zone. That is such a shitty feel for where you are in situational play calling and a personnel decision. It is so you don't know where that's can't be analytics. So I'm trying to figure out what that is. And by the way, let me throw something at you too. Do you remember on that play when it was, what was that one play? Tone, correct me if I'm wrong. Do you remember on the play it was like 3rd and 1? And they tried some sort of stupid tush play, Washington. Okay? And it was like 3rd and 1. And what they didn't get it. And there was a penalty for holding. So you know what they did? They made it 3rd and 6, still a manageable down on 3rd and 6. I would much rather have had it 4th and 1 and make them make a decision if they're going to kick it there or go for it on 4th and 1 than 3rd and 6. You should have declined a penalty there, put them in a 4th down position. Make them have to make a do-or-die play. Okay? Sirianni should have made them make. You're the lesser team. Would they have gone for it on 4th down? Probably. But you would have got the ball there. If you stop them, you end the fucking game. Instead, what do? You basically gave them a second chance to get the 3rd down, which they completed because you're playing off the ball. I was like this. Make them go on 4th down. I'd rather have you go 4th and 1.5. That's what it was. So they take the penalty. They give them another shot at it late in the game. and you know your secondary's been giving up yards. Why didn't you make the lesser team have to make the tougher decision? I'm sitting there watching this. The Eagles just gave them another chance to get the completion, and they did. That's situational play calling and coaching. And I'm sitting there going like this. So they failed getting the first down because they couldn't get the ball across the 1.5 to get the 1. So that's what they did. They took the penalty, pushed them back, and it was 3rd and 6 is still manageable, especially when you're playing 10 yards off the ball. I mean, that is just a prime example of your coordinators. I know you saw that. I know you saw that. You gave them a second life to tie that game up. I'm like, wow. Dude, if they miss it, you take over right there. And he's got half the field to go down and kick another field goal or a TD and end the thing. Dude, you make the lesser teams have to make the tougher decisions. That's shitty coaching. Penalties and poor coaching decisions wrecked the game. Thank God the Eagles didn't turn the ball over. Thank God Jalen played his best game, or you lose by 10. Press with safeties? I've never seen that in my entire life. I'm talking your corners, jackass. I mean, there were so many poor decisions. Hey, and please, I'm going to say this to you, man. What is this love affair with Kenneth Gainwell? He is the lesser of any offensive football player you have. Get this. You want to hear something crazy? I'd rather play Rashad Penny than him. I'd rather play Rashad Penny than him. I don't get it. You're coaching. Look, every single team that you played against so far, you've been outcoached in. Corners need to play press. We destroyed them coming out of the second half playing press. Officiating kept a lot of drives going to yesterday. I said that to you, my friend. I thought, get this. I thought there were some situational poor penalties. And I also thought that there was awful officiating. Worst officiated game I see the Eagles been in since I've been talking about the Eagles for 3 years. Absolutely terrible. Terrible. By the way, A.J. Brown, grow up. You're in a bitching match with a rookie from Ole Miss because you guys are talking about your college days. That guy is so immature. You see it numerous times in his behavior. His behavior on the sideline, he's not quite T.O., but he is a distraction at times. He cost them a game where you gave the other team an opportunity to beat you. And if they would have lost that game, that would have been on A.J. Brown. But the field goal kicker bailed him out. And get this. If McLaurin gets that toe down, A.J. Brown's an immature child. I don't get enough touches. I don't get enough targets. Bitching with a rookie corner. Dude, when you're the king, you know it. You don't have to tell people about it. You just know it. Crazy. A.J. Brown is a baby. He is an absolute baby. Grow up, guy. Grow up. It's unbecoming of a star player. Eagles were fighting against several forces in that game. Poor coaching decisions, poor officiating, poor situational football penalties. I can go on. Thank God the Eagles are more talented. That's what we said, remember, Tone, on Friday. You're the more talented team. This is a 31-17 game or a 28-20 game. It turned out to be a decision in a field goal game. Corners need to play press. We destroyed them coming out in the second half, playing press. Officiating kept a lot of drives going yesterday. Correct. And poor situational play call. Boy, I'll tell you, Joe Theismann talked about this last week. Your situational play calling, which with Brian Johnson, you guys were fighting me, and I fought you a little bit on your coordinator and blaming. Dude, I think they've got the range. Usually I disagree with some things you say, but today you're right on the money. Thank you, Green. Green, if it wasn't for Jalen, you lose by 10. By 10. Jalen didn't turn the ball over. He ran more. Like I said, can I tell you, it wasn't the 54-yard pass down the sideline that made me look like he was Jalen Hurts. Purdy was spectacular. We're going to talk about the differences between the 49ers and the Eagles, two best teams in the NFC, here in a minute. It wasn't that 54-yard pass down the sidelines. To me, it was that 3rd and 11 where they had him dead for rights in the backfield. He breaks out on that third. I went like this. Of all the plays he made, he extends that play and breaks the back of Jack Del Rio with that play. You give up the 54-yarder. Shit, man, even when you gave up the touchdown with 1:43 in the game, they still came back and scored on you. When Hurts broke away like that, where they had him for an 8-yard loss, you were like this. Holy shit, man. Seriously, I was like this. I'm watching that and I go, backbreaker. Backbreak. That's Jalen Hurts right there. That was Jalen Hurts. That was him. Backbreaking on a 3rd and long, running it in the RPO or escaping. And I thought he was, I thought there were times in the game he was exceptionally accurate, and I thought there were times in the game where he was all over the place throwing the ball. He wasn't accurate as much in the first half as he was in the second half. I thought he was 50-50 in the first half. Second half, I thought he was better because I think he knew they needed him more. Okay? Okay. Sills, who stinks more? Desai or Johnson? But here, I'm going to take a time out here in a second. By the way, my boy Tone's going to jump on with us at 3:30 Eastern time, and then Gary Cobb from Fox 29, as he always does at 4:30 Eastern. So you combine Nick Sirianni's decision-making on some of the 4th down stuff. Then you put the coordinators in there. The Washington Commander coaches had a great day. They did everything they could to do the one thing that was the most important thing. Give their team a chance to win. You know what teams are doing to the Eagles right now that you didn't have happen to you last year? That's kind of shocking. Every team's had a chance to beat you. Maybe outside the Bucs. Okay? Maybe outside the Bucs. Chris goes losing? No. Hey, Chris, you're not winning a Super Bowl playing like that. We're going to take a look at the 49ers versus the Eagles here in a second. Okay? By the way, best team in football right now, I'd say the Bills. Some would go like this. They lost to the Jets. The Jets have maybe the best defense in the league. Yeah, you're not playing better than the Bills right now. You're not. Again, 4-0 doesn't mean you're the best team in the league. That's like telling me Boise State or Wake Forest at 5-0 is better, or as good as Georgia at 5-0. That's your premise. Because your record dictates that. You think you're as good. So let me ask you this. If a Southeastern Conference team like Alabama, who's 4-1, let's just take a Big Ten team. Iowa's 4-1. You think Iowa's just as good as Bama? Where do you get that notion from? Where do you get that from? That doesn't mean that. The record dictates home field and division. Okay? It does. Each week is its own situation. We'll see. Again. So, like, who is better? And get this. In a lot of people's notions, you know what people would say? You should have just given the Super Bowl trophy to the 17-0 New England Patriots instead of the 10-6 Eagles or 10-6 Giants, right? They were 17-0. Sills, they were 17-0. Yeah, 10-6 team beat them. Your negative juju helps us. You go to Dallas, they lost. You go to Miami, they lost. This week, you go to San Fran. All right, hour number 2 is coming up. Don't forget our good friends at Hooters. We appreciate those guys so much. We love you guys. The 40th anniversary of our great friends at Hooters. Look, Monday Night Football tonight, great place for you to go in and experience what I've been talking about. 7 locations in the Northeast area. All you have to do is go to northeasthooters.com. That's northeasthooters.com. Do me a favor. Go in there. Maybe you don't want to go in. You can also go to hooterstogo.com to find yourself some of the great specials that we have. If you don't go in, and when you do go in, you'll understand. Tuesdays by 10 wings. Get 10 boneless free. Absolutely awesome. Wing Wednesday, a 40-year tradition, folks. I got to tell you, man, no doubt about it. This has been a great tradition for 40 years. 1983, the year the place was founded, that you have all those wings you can eat for free. Kids eat for free on Saturdays. That's northeasthooters.com. That's northeasthooters.com. By the way, when we come back for hour number 2, I'm going to announce our winners from last week on our gift certificates with our great friends at Hooters. We'll do that. Number 2 hour is coming up on our new hours here, 2 to 6 Eastern time with JAKIB Sports. Hour 2 on the flip side. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio, or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball, one smoke.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild wood days.
Score and save in southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Hour number 2. Big Sills here. My friend Tone will jump on with us at 3:30 Eastern time. We'll get his thoughts on what he saw and his takeaways from it. But before we get into a comparison between the 49ers and the Eagles, you look how teams are being built. How many people think that Jared Goff is a... Hey, by the way, how many people think that Jalen Hurts is better than Jared Goff? Just how many people believe that Jalen Hurts is better than Jared Goff, who's actually thrown for 4,700 yards and 30 touchdowns in a year and led a team to a Super Bowl? You do? Wait a minute, Big Moose. You like Hurts' intangibles? I like Goff's intangibles. I also like his intangibles. Persevered, was fired. Now he's turning around. How about this? The Lions are in a better position right now than the Rams are. Jared Goff's stats. Papa goes like this, Sills, I have no choice. But by the way, it's just a question because I want to see how you perceive Jared Goff. How many points did Goff have in his Super Bowl? Oh, so you go by style points? You moving the chains on me? You lost, dude. Whether you lose by 2 or 22, you lost. Here, I got a 12th place commemorative badge for you to put around your neck so you can sit in the shit house and look at yourself in the mirror and take selfies. So Jared Goff has thrown for 46-88, 46-38, 44-38, 32 touchdowns, 22 touchdowns. He's got 161 touchdowns to 73, which is 2-1. His completion percentage is 65%, and he's 29. Led the NFL in attempts. This guy's thrown for 4,000 yards, 1, 2, 3, and 39.52. And he was 13-3, 14-4, and he's turning around the Lions. Now, again, there's going to be a point here. What has your guy done more than Goff? So far, Goff and Hurts are having similar 2023 seasons right now. I like Goff, but I pick my guy. Well, no, you don't have to be biased. There's a point why you pick Hurts, too. That 3rd and 11. Why would you take that away from him? That's what separates him from Goff. That's the thing that separates him from Goff. He's not going to throw for 4,000 yards. But what he is going to do, he's going to break your back on 3rd and 11s. Hey, dude, Jalen Hurts is not a better passer than Jared Goff. He'll never be. He hasn't shown it in any place so far in his career. But what he has shown is extending plays. That is a bad... Do you know, I'm going to give you guys a point here. Do you know what they used to say about Joe Montana versus Steve Young? I swear to God, Joe Montana, in my opinion, is the second greatest quarterback in the history of the National Football League. But do you know what they used to say about Steve Young? Man, I hope Montana's healthy because I don't want that guy running the ball down the sidelines because he's kind of like a dual threat guy. And Steve Young ran 4.4s. I played against that guy in high school too, Steve Young. Back-breaking when he breaks your back on 3rd and 10. Okay? Just incredible. By the way, he's not only winning. How about this one, guys? Tone, you ready for this? He has been such a grand slam in Detroit. Listen to the picks that have been put on the Lions because of the switch with Stafford. Jamison Williams, Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, Penei Sewell, and Aiden Hutchinson. These have all resulted from that trade. And he just went into Kansas City and beat Mahomes. That's how you build the franchise. That's how you have trust in a guy, too. Dude, you hear what I just gave you? 5 impact players that are on that roster right now. 5 impact players. That's how you build a roster, and all of a sudden you do this. He's playing so well, they could have gone after one of the quarterbacks in the first round. They said, nah, you know what? There's something about it. And he goes into Lambeau, and he beats the hell out of them in Lambeau. By the way, I'll say it one more time to you before I get on to the 49ers and the Eagles here. Kansas City is very beatable. They are very beatable. That's not a formidable team. Okay? That's not a formidable team. Look, the Jets have a great defense. Zach Wilson had like some sort of maybe mushroom that Aaron Rodgers gave him at halftime or something because he didn't look like the same guy. Sure, Sills, you're right. Every team in the league is better than us. Every week you tell us. Can you put that up there? I have to read it because he put money up there. I don't really care what he's saying. But sure, Sills, every week, you're right. Every team in the league is better than us. Every week you tell us a new boogeyman is coming. Every week we win. All right, let's move on here now to Eagles versus 49ers. Who exactly have the 49ers beaten? See who are the 49ers beaten? See, they beat those Steelers, who are not going to make they'll probably have a winning season, but I don't think they're very good. Okay? I don't think they're very good. They got Dallas this week too, by the way. Who have they beaten? And beat it? Niners have really beaten 4 bums, like the Eagles. Eagles have beaten 4 bums. Steelers, Rams. I don't know if the Rams are bums yet. Okay, I don't know if the Rams are bums. I don't know if the Rams are bums. I don't know if they're bums. Okay, and by the way, could the Bucs have a winning season? Maybe. Could the Rams? Maybe. Sean McVay's doing a great job of coaching. Okay? Doing a great job of coaching. Let's take a look at the comparisons between the two teams. Oh, I'm going to throw this at you here before we go into that. Where's that stat about Brock Purdy? How many people are buying Brock Purdy now? Curious to see what you're saying. How many people are buying Brock Purdy? I believe both the Eagles and Niners have not played opponents that really pose a threat to them. Also, Purdy is cooking, I won't lie. I'm buying Christian McCaffrey. Spectacular. Okay. Since week 13, 2022, Brock Purdy has a number 1 passer rating, number 2 in passing touchdowns, and number 2 in yards per attempt since he's been named starter and he's undefeated. Just to keep everything in context here, that he's not slowing down, even with the injury he got in the NFC title game. Check down machine. I know a guy who was a check down machine that won 7 Super Bowls. What's your point? You're under the impression Brady had spectacular deep threats that won Super Bowls for him. Name me one. Mike Evans, late in his career? Probably. Brady never won a Super Bowl with a deep threat. Ever. Ever. Never. He's not Brady. You were talking about check down machine. Purdy stinks. Let's take a look at that. So far, that's a good one too, Tone just said. Curious to see what they're going to do with Brock Purdy. Right now, he's making $937,000. He's undefeated too. Okay? Randy Moss never won a Super Bowl. What are you talking about? Read a book, dude. When did Randy Moss win a Super Bowl with Tom Brady? Enlighten me. Enlighten me. When was this? Here's Brock Purdy so far. 115 quarterback rating. 112 attempts, 81 completions, 72-3. I think he had a 95 completion percentage yesterday. Wasn't he like 21 to 22 yesterday? This guy is a high percentage completion machine. Averaging 255 yards a game, 5 touchdowns, no picks. Hurts, 130 attempts, 88 completions, 67-7. You know, that's the one area that Jalen continues to improve in is his completion percentage, which is so critical to me in looking at a quarterback. I don't want a quarterback on my team that has a completion percentage of 61-4 or 62. I don't want any of that. And that's Lamar. And he hangs out at that 62, 63, and I don't really like that. That means you're not very accurate to me. And that you'll miss deep throws late in games. I hate that. I want a quarterback. You don't have to throw for 375 yards, but you know what you have to be is What would you rather have? An accurate quarterback or a stat machine? What would you rather have? Because the more meaningful yards are going to be in the percentage of the completion percentage. I mean, I want a guy like Jalen right now is completing about 7 of every 10 passes. That's freaking great. That's great. If I can get a quarterback, every 10 times I throw the ball, completes the ball 7 times, you're going to win a ton of games. Right now, you got a guy In San Francisco, that's completing about almost like 7.5 out of every 10. There's not a chance you're going to lose. Running backs don't throw 300 plus yards. Sorry. I'm not sure what that means. 85. I think I know what you mean. Here's Jalen's numbers. 130 attempts, 88 completions, 67.7 completion percentage, 959. He hasn't had a great start. 240 average, picked up obviously over the 300-yard game you just had. 5 touchdowns, 3 picks, 92.4. Pretty compatible. You ask me. Why would you take the R away from Hurts when you're now looking at Brock Purdy and Jalen Hurts, like Tone just said, having the same type of season, but you're going to limit Hurts into one thing that he does exceptional, extend series. That to me doesn't make a fucking ton of sense. Running back, Christian McCaffrey is a machine. 80 attempts, 459, 5.7 average, 6 touchdowns, 114.8 a game. Swift, 59 attempts, 364, 6.2 per carry, 2 touchdowns, 91 yards a game. Pretty even. Brendan Ayuk, 17 catches, 320 yards, 18.8. AJ, 29 catches, 414, 14.3, 2 touchdowns. Debo, he's become the second option there. 17 touchdowns, 247, 14.5. Devontae Smith, 22 for 284. Pretty compatible. 12.9. Here's something that's pretty crazy. We're getting on the Eagles right now for not using Dallas Goedert. Here's George Kittle's numbers. 14 catches, 148, 10 catches per catch, 10 yards a catch. Here's Goddard's 13, 88, obviously down in the yardage, no touchdowns, just 4 yards under Kittle. Here's where McCaffrey is insane. 18 catches versus Swift's 9 catches. This guy's all over the field. So what's the difference between the 49ers and the Eagles? Defense. It's not the offense. And I would say the Eagles probably the advantage in the O-line. This is going to come down to the difference between Philadelphia and San Francisco. Not with these guys. The guys that you like to put on your fantasy team. It's going to come down to defensive guys. That's the difference in this. We're going to get Tone on here in a second. Yo, Big Seals, another week, another win. If Purdy is so great, then we beat Dallas. Works for me. Eagles have a star in Swift. We must use him. He's an upgrade. Let's bring in my guy, Tone, here. I'm going to get his takeaways on what he saw.
Big Sills, big Sills, big Sills. You know what's so funny, Sills, really quickly before you ask? You know what's so funny? Eagles fans, and I'm one of them, by the way. You know, we love to pretend like you're saying the most blasphemous things. But the reality is the way you're discussing the team is how we talk about the team in our own household. The way you talk about the team is how my dad talk about the team. My dad doesn't accept anything less but a touchdown. He sees a field goal, he's snapping on somebody. You know what I mean? So, like, you know, sometimes in the live chat, I notice it and I read it a lot. You know, we can get defensive as Eagles fans. We're so defensive. We're so protective of our guys, Sills.
But I admire that, and I like that. And I like, but
we're critical too.
I like that. I like that. But here's the difference. It's one thing to be talking about the Bears right now.
Oh, God.
It's another thing to be talking about a team that's in line to potentially win the Super Bowl.
Right.
And right now, this is about polishing the Mona Lisa. This is about doing the pietà. This is like not chipping away big chips. This is polishing to try to figure out if this football team can maybe get across the finish line. By the way, I said it in the open here. I think the Eagles are more of a tougher out than Kansas City is. I think Kansas City is exceptionally beatable. I do not think that football team is the football team it was a year ago. The Eagles are a tougher beat. I think it's tougher to knock them off than it is Kansas City. I mean, Kansas City's got a lot of spots on that football team that need to have a lot of addressing. Now, again, the Jets have a great defense, so I take that into account. It's on the road and all that, but let me get your takeaways on what you saw on Sunday against the Commanders.
Oh, man. So, at least for me, I saw a team that struggled in the area that I think you can win and lose football games, and that's first and third down. To me, I feel like the Philadelphia Eagles didn't win first down early enough. And on top of that, I felt like I saw a team that lacked discipline in the biggest of moments. And you can't have that when you're going up against a divisional opponent, an opponent that knows you very well. And maybe that's why they fell short in that area with the penalties. I don't know. But I saw a team that is – I see a team that's still figuring out the passing game. The passing game improved, but it's still not exactly where I want it to be yet. I still felt like I saw Hurts miss certain guys in certain moments. But again, in the second half, he was lights out, in my humble opinion.
I thought he was way better in the second half than in the first half.
Yeah, definitely. Well, without a shadow of a doubt. The Eagles' defense, this was their worst game by far. Because if you ask me, the windows that Sam Howell was throwing the ball through were so wide open. There were moments where he threw the ball to Terry McLaurin or Curtis Samuel, and I saw no Eagles defenders. I saw no green jerseys. So this defense still has a lot to work on in the long run.
I would say this to you too. The play calling on both sides of the football, I mean, and you know what? Maybe it was just kind of like an obscure moment that people didn't see in the game, but like, why would you give the lesser team an opportunity on 3rd and 1 where you stop them on the 3rd and 1? Tone, make them decline the penalty, make them go 4th and 1. Would they have kicked it or would they have gone for it? And if they don't get it, it really doesn't matter, because what did you do? You still had a moment where you were in a situation where it was a compatible 3rd down where you could get it. They complete it because you're playing off the ball. If you're going to do that, move those corners up on the guy. Don't give him a rhythm throw. What did they do? They backed up 10 yards. Then they backed up to 5 yards to make it 3rd and 6. And I'm like, why didn't you press up so that you don't have a rhythm throw? They got 10 yards back. It was just pitch and catch. I'm like, that's not a way to go about. Here. Remember what we said on Friday, Two-Tone? It was either a 31-17 game or 28-20. That's what I thought it was.
Yeah, I thought it was 34-21. And
it was a short work week, right?
But one day, I mean,
divisional opponent. You had all that going there. They had beaten you a year ago. And Tone, I look at the numbers that Washington had individually. Howell had 290, 5th start ever. I don't see anything really exceptional on that sheet. 86 yards by McLaurin. Okay. But it was just like the remedy on how to slow that team down.
Yeah, if you notice, Washington literally played the same game plan as they did last year in that final game. Run the ball, stay disciplined. Even if we're averaging 2 or 3 yards a carry, still run the ball, keep them honest, try to force them to make as many mistakes as possible, sustain drives, limit their possessions. And they did just that. The only difference in last year's loss and this year's win is turnovers. That's the only difference. And the Eagles turned the ball over like 3 or 4 times last year in that Washington matchup. So when you think about it from that perspective, they still could have won that game last year. But this year, again, you brought up a really good point. For me, I'm having a hard time understanding why you have your DBs playing so far off the line of scrimmage when you know this quarterback struggles to get the ball out on time. You know Eric Bieniemy set the tone early in that game. He made it very clear that his goal was to get that ball out of Sam Howell's hands in less than 2 seconds, and at least between 2 and 2.5 seconds. Sam Howell did just that. You know, it comes to a point in time where you just got to give credit to the play caller. You got to give credit to the team. You got to give credit to the quarterback, because at the end of the day, I mean, you played in the league, you played professionally, played in college. There's some guys you played with and played against that you probably wouldn't draft in your fantasy team, but they had that one game where you were like, damn, they showed up. So I think Sam Howell, honestly, he showed up, and I got to give credit where credit is due. But at the same time, that Eagles defense did not play as well as I thought they would. We got 5 sacks on him, but it almost felt like we didn't get any because the way he got that ball out so fast.
Absolutely. And LJ, you're right. Washington does always play because it's a divisional opponent. Always does play. Like every other divisional opponent always plays the Eagles tough. And here's what I mean, you knew if you were anybody watching that, there's no question that the Eagle defense and the side broke that Buffalo game down. Buffalo destroyed them. How? They press cornered them. They were pressing the receivers, on Washington defensively with Sean McDermott. They were not giving that guy rhythm throws. So what did the Eagles do? You knew they were going to get that ball out of his hand. You know what made that O-line play well for Washington? It wasn't the players. It was Bieniemy putting him in a position to get that ball out on time. If you watch Fletcher Cox was dish-ragging that guy like a bag of potatoes in there, that number 72. He was killing that guy. Yeah, and you're sitting there going, it's a complete mismatch. But the play calling that they had in the game, in my opinion, it kept them in the ball game. Remember something. This game came down to a decision and a field goal in OT. In my opinion, if you're Ron Rivera, I don't know what you think here with this, but you have the lesser team. It's a divisional opponent. The next game, Eagles are going to play 10 times better against you because they're going to know what you're going to do now with Sam Howell. There's tape on him. Mm-hmm. You had a chance to win a ball game on the road in your division, and you didn't go for 2. As a player, to tell me I'm gassed, the Eagle defense was gassed. They just drove all the way down the field on them.
I don't believe that. To say you were gassed, that makes no sense to me. It's a 2 or 3 yard play you got to get. Like, really, you're gassed. You don't have to go upfield. The way I saw that situation was, when they scored that, first of all, AJ Brown cannot get a penalty right there. You cannot do that. You allowed that team to you basically lessen the load of work they had to do.
Put a scar on his day.
Exactly, they did. But beyond that, right? Okay, they drive down the field. They scored a touchdown. Should have never happened, but it happened. Okay, Ron Rivera has an opportunity to go for the win or take it into OT. He made a mistake. Like you said, you're going up against a better team in overtime. They lucky they won the toss, but still couldn't do nothing with it. But the bottom line is you have an opportunity to steal a game. And let me bring it to you from this perspective, right? I knew he would have kicked the field. I knew he was going to kick the field goal, but at the same time, I felt like you got to go for 2 though. Now, let me put you this way. It's a reason why he didn't do this. And this is my reason why he did. This is what I think. Think about last season with Brian Daboll, right? New head coach, first game of the year. They're going up against the Tennessee Titans. He just, he looked around, asked his team, should we go for 2? Should we go for the win? His team said, hell yeah. So at that point, he goes for the win. They win the game. It sets the tone for their entire season. They go on to make a playoff run. They lost. They beat the Vikings though, but they lost to us. But they managed to show that they managed to show that they believe in their coach, right? And let me bring it over to Ron Rivera. Ron Rivera, the difference between him and Daboll, Ron Rivera didn't have the latitude that Daboll had. Daboll is a new coach. He's trying to set the tone for his team. He can pretty much do whatever he wants no matter what happens. Ron Rivera, he's in a situation with the Washington Commanders. He knows he's on the hot seat. He knows Eric Bieniemy is next in line to take his job. So in his mind, he's trying to play it safe. And that's why they lost that game. He got too safe when it mattered most. And he was afraid to put his balls on the table.
So you think that he had the situation where
he got tight.
The enemy breathing down his neck for his job.
He got tight.
Yeah.
He got tight.
Yep.
And that's exactly what happened in my humble opinion. I think
his nickname was Riverboat Ron for a reason.
Right. You go against your instinct. You go against your better nature to play it safe against a team that you know that's better than you.
Yep.
I think he made a critical mistake just to save himself.
I think that could be a job costing play right there because they could be under 500 because of not going for it in that situation there. Tell me if you agree or disagree.
Okay.
When I watched Jalen Hurts play, that was the first game, more so in the second half. Like I said, that 3rd and 11, man, I just was like, God, that's what makes him so tough to defend. Yeah. Dude, the 54-yarder was a great play, but to me, the play that stuck out in my mind, they had him for an 8-yard sack. I mean, that was going to be a critical part of the game. And he breaks out and he gets the first down with his wheels, and he gets through. And I'm like this, how many times did we see him sliding, pre-sliding? And I'm like, it just looks like.
Didn't that seem like that was the first time that he said, you know what, screw the contract, I'm going to play football? Didn't it seem like that?
Second half.
Yeah. It seemed like he said, you know what, screw everything else they're telling me, I'm going to play football. And I think that's what that was. One of my favorite plays. That was a great pull by you. You know, that run was huge. It broke Del Rio's back, like you said. One of my favorite plays. It came on the drive when he threw, I believe, the touchdown to AJ Brown. It was a fourth quarter, 2 minutes 34 seconds left, 3rd and 8, and the game was tied 24-24. Hurts threw the perfect pass, and he needled it between 2 Washington defenders to find Olamide Zaccheaus for an 11-yard pickup on 3rd down. After he tried to hit Olamide on the play before, that was arguably his best throw of the afternoon, because the pressure that he was feeling, being able to stand tall in a pocket, the footwork, and just the ability to trust your arm and trust your receiver to make that play. He threw that ball in the mailbox, and like you said, his completion percentage is starting to get higher and higher every single year. Now, sure, I don't think Jalen Hurts is the most talented thrower in the league. I don't think so. I just don't. I don't think he's the most talented thrower, but I think at this point in his career, he's one of the more efficient throwers. And I spoke about this earlier, but the Sports Take guys, Derek Gunn and Rob Ellis, I think arm strength is overrated.
Completely.
For me, it's all about, can you get the ball from point A to point B? Can I trust you? Right? Josh Allen has a bigger arm, right? But Joe Burrow, people think he's more accurate. People think he's a better talent because he has it on a string. But Burrow isn't playing well right now. But the bottom line is, I think Hurts, what he does for the Philadelphia Eagles, he's only going to get better and better at doing it. And I really think Jalen Hurts is one of the better quarterbacks in this league right now. One of the best.
Can I tell you that I think you have to coach Josh Allen more than you do Hurts?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You have to coach him more. And I think that's what's happened after that Jets game, that he needs more coaching, because the things he's doing now, they're not doing a lot of the plus 25 plays.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of holding him in. So to me, they're kind of putting more guardrails on him. I think they have these kind of preserving guardrails on Hurts where, like you said, here's just maybe I'm making more of it, Tone, but do you think 40% of the targets should be going to one guy?
I look at it like this. You're paying AJ Brown $25 million a year, right?
Okay.
Devontae Smith, he's still in his rookie contract.
What about Goddard?
Now, Goddard, you are paying him big money as well for the position. I'm highly disappointed in Brian Johnson for not being able to get Dallas Goddard involved. That's the one indictment on Brian Johnson that I just can't let go. I think it's blasphemous. I think it's criminal to have a guy that talented on your offense and you don't know how to get him the ball. The route concepts they have him running is absolutely unacceptable. I don't want to see Dallas Goedert running in the flat. I don't want to see Dallas Goedert, running a bubble screen. I'm tired of seeing Dallas Goedert run these short little, grab 1, 2, 3 yard routes. I'm tired of that. I need to see Dallas Goedert in the intermediate. You know what I'm saying? Like, Dallas Goedert is so talented. He's more athletic than linebackers. He's bigger than safeties. He has one of the better hands on this team. It's an indictment on Nick Sirianni and Brian Johnson that Dallas Goedert has less than 100 yards through 4 games. It makes absolutely no sense.
I'll tell you this. The linebacker play the last 2 weeks for the Eagles, I think it puts him in a pretty a pretty tough situation with Dean coming back now, because dude, that's Zach Cunningham, man. He must have had 20 tackles yesterday. And the way that Morrow played too, that had to have been one of his better pro football games he's ever played in his entire NFL career.
Absolutely.
To me, do you just really take a guy out who's missed an entire 4 weeks, all of preseason, and you put that guy back at the Mike linebacker? Man, I don't know, man. To me, I got something that's cooking. Are you really going to take – are you going to take the bone out of the soup now because you think that the soup's okay with this piece that goes into the soup, and it's going to be great here and it tastes good right now? Are you really going to change that recipe up?
I'll be honest with you. This is a decision that I struggle with, but I'm not emotional about it. A lot of people love Nakobe Dean. I like Nakobe Dean. You know, he was a great talent in college. He's great to root for. Smart kid, humble kid. You know, he's a good dude. You know what I'm saying? But this ain't got nothing to do with his personality, right? He ain't dating my daughter. So I ain't worried about none of that. The reality is you had two guys in Zach Cunningham and Nicholas Morrow who figured it out.
Yeah.
They're
playing as a tandem.
They're playing as a tandem and they're working with each other. Now, Nicholas Morrow, he's clearly motivated. He got cut and he finally got his opportunity. So he's clearly playing with a chip on his shoulder.
Didn't even make the team in the opening roster.
Didn't even make the team. So if I'm being honest, I'm not going to change what's working. Ever since those two got together, tight ends have not been killing the Eagles. They haven't.
Correct. So it's like first game.
Right. So we have to take our feelings and emotions out of it. As much as we like a guy, how are your linebackers performing right now? And you have to ask yourself, what can Nakobe Dean provide that they haven't already provided? What can Nakobe Dean do that they're not doing? The Philadelphia Eagles still are stopping the run. They're still forcing turnovers. The tight ends have actually begun to hurt us much less. So when you think about it from that perspective, why would I mess up the chemistry? It's almost like you're setting yourself back. It's like you're taking 2 steps back to take 1 step forward. And I'm not a fan of that. These two guys are working well. I'm all about what's working. My emotions aren't going to drive this. So, again, Nicholas Morrow, Zach Cunningham, why break it or why fix it if it ain't broke? That's how I'm looking at it. And I like Dean. This ain't got nothing to do with emotions, Eagles fans. My emotions are not about – emotions don't win chips. Emotions don't do that. Emotions don't fix the defense. Right now, the problem with defense is on the backside. Originally, it was the linebackers. They're playing better. So if you can get healthy, get those, get the backside guys right, the safeties in the corners, get those guys right. Now your defense is going to start cooking with fish grease because your D-line's doing their thing. The linebackers are playing better and defending tight ends much better. Now you get those safeties healthy, you get those corners healthy, then your defense is going to get better. I think this is going to be a season-long project for this Philadelphia Eagles defense.
We said this was going to take until around week 8. Where you were going to start to see something that turned into a green apple here.
We talked about it all offseason, Sills. The reality is this defense, we knew this defense was not going to be as good as the offense, but they came out a little further ahead than the offense. So we kind of got a little spoiled
the
too
run
soon.
defense. That's what kind of skewed it, was the run defense, and everybody was going like, holy crap here. I'll tell you, I got a prediction about Reid Blankenship.
I like
that guy may not make the year. Let me tell you why.
I like him.
Because he reminds me of Bob Sanders. You know what Bob Sanders' problem was? He hit people so hard and he played so hard, he couldn't stay on the field because that guy plays with reckless abandon. And you know what, Tone? I don't know if he's big enough to withstand because he plays like he's 6'5". You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
he plays like he's 6'5".
I like that dude though, man. Like Reid Blankenship.
No, I'm not saying.
No. I feel you though. He's so physical. He's so physical.
You see his arm, how black and blue it was?
Yo, that thing looked like somebody beat him with a baseball bat.
Seriously, I thought he was going to have to have it amputated after the game. I couldn't believe how black and blue that thing was. Yeah. Tough kid, plays hard.
You notice how many open field tackles he makes in the backfield? Like he just
really got great pursuit angles.
He's magnetic. Like once he gets a line on you, it's really fun to watch.
He really has a great pursuit angle. So you like where they are now, then?
So to put it in perspective, right?
In closing,
in closing, we talked about this team pretty much top to bottom. They're 4-0. They got by the Patriots on the road. They beat the Vikings at home. They got by Tampa Bay on the road. Then they just beat the Washington Commanders at home. I look at it from this perspective. We knew this team was going to have growing pains early on. And the reality is they're coming off of the Super Bowl, and a lot of teams don't really do well coming off of it. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the Philadelphia Eagles are the first team since the 70s or since the Green Bay Packers to be 4-0 after losing the Super Bowl. So they're trending in the right direction, but there's still deficiencies on the defense side of the ball that need to get ironed out. Again, I talked about this when you have new coordinators, and I think Joe Theismann really spoke this to power. With coordinators, it's not really about the talent that you're worried about. You're worried about the situational. You're worried about the situation of football. You're worried about the feel for the game.
And you saw that in that game.
And throughout the past 4 weeks, you've seen that there was a clear difference in the way Brian Johnson feels the game versus the way Shane Steichen feels the game. You see there's a clear-cut difference in the way Sean Desai maximizes personnel and Jonathan Gannon not so much. So I think when it comes to this offense and defense in totality, when it comes to this team, this is going to be a season-long product that, like you said, we're going to continue to chip away at this. And this is something that the wrinkles have to get ironed out little by little. But as long as you're winning in the process, I can work with it. But when you start losing and you're trying to figure things out, that's when things get a little spooky. But they're winning. So far, so good. But I'm really curious to see how they fare against Miami. I got to be honest. I already got that marked as a loss against Miami. That's just where I'm at. I got Miami marked as a loss. And other than that, I think the Eagles can win any other game. I just think Miami's just a bad matchup for them. Styles make fights.
Yeah, especially when you allow Sam Howell to complete like 70% of his passes.
Yeah. But overall, I feel good about them. Overall, I feel good. I do feel good about them, but I can tell that they are clearly working things out. Jalen Hurts is getting better as a pass as the year goes. His yardage is going up. His completion percentage is going up. Efficiency is going up. I think he's settling in. I think against the Rams, you see him have another 300-yard. Maybe I think against the Rams, you see him go for 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, and maybe a rushing touchdown too. I think he's ready to blow now.
I think the Rams are going to put some points on that defense because I think the Rams' offense is better than Washington.
Now, the only thing I'll say is about that is
Cooper Kupp coming back and the other kid on the other side.
I'm not sure where Cooper Kupp will be in terms of game speed, but I do like that. I do like that guy. I do like those 2 rookies they have, Puka and Tutu Atwell. Yeah, Puka, Paku or something like that. I'm not sure, but nonetheless,
how about this? Puka Nakaku.
Yeah, and Tutu
how about
Atwell.
this? The kid from BYU.
Right, the kid from BYU, and also Tutu Atwell. They drafted him, but I'm paying attention to Matthew Stafford's health right now. He's dealing with the hip, and you know what quarterbacks are built from the ground up. If his hip isn't right, those passes are either going to sail or they're going to come short. So you got to take advantage of turnover opportunities.
Absolutely, man. Hey, Tone, great stuff as always. Tone's going to join us, by the way, Monday through Friday at 3:30 each and every single day.
Oh, yeah, by the way, we got to announce the Hooters winner, Sills.
Let's get the Hooters.
Let's do it right now, man.
Right.
Let's do it.
Here we go. Hey, Nick, congratulations to you. And Israel, congratulations to
Nick
you.
Hummer, Israel
You are
Carrillo.
this week's Hooters gift certificate winners. Hey, Tone, that thing has been killing it, hasn't it? People emailing them in.
I get a lot of emails, man. So some people send emails like 2 or 3 times.
I love it, man. So we'll start the emails again tomorrow.
Definitely.
So we really appreciate everybody. Those are our winners. Gift certificates will be mailed out between 7 and 14 days. Fantastic stuff, Tone. Thank you so much, my friend.
Yes, sir. It's always a pleasure. I appreciate you.
You got it, man. Don't forget also our good friends at Hooters who are putting that on for us. The 40th anniversary, the official home of the National Football Show with Big Sills here. 7 locations in the Northeast area. All you do is go to northeasthooters.com to find one of the locations nearest you to experience what I've been talking about for 40 years. That's right. If you don't want to go into the places for like tonight's Monday Night Football game, Giants and Seahawks in the Meadowlands, all you have to do is go to HootersToGo.com. Experience one of the 40-year traditions. Tuesdays, buy 10 wings, get 10 boneless. Wing Wednesdays. How about this? 1983, all you can eat. It's a 40-year tradition. NortheastHooters.com. That's NortheastHooters.com. And when you roll into any one of the Hooters, do me a favor. Tell them Big Sil sent you.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball, one smoke.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild wood days.
Score and save in southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Two best coaching jobs so far this year in the NFL have been Shane Steichen and DeMeco Ryans. Let me see if I throw someone else in there. Impressive. Oh, maybe Sean McVay. Maybe McVay. Okay. Maybe McVay. Throw him in there too. Those three dudes, man, have done a hell of a job of coaching this year. You know, 3-1 Todd Bowles. I'll tell you what, too, man. Robert Saley's trying to keep the thing together. You know, I mean, hey, look, man, I'll tell you what, Zach Wilson played damn good last night. Now, does that make me do this when it comes to Zach Wilson? Hey, we got to quit. No, it does not. I still think the Jets need a quarterback that has to sit behind Aaron Rodgers next year if Aaron Rodgers even plays. As far as I'm concerned, if I'm the Jets, okay, I'm going full force forward with trying to get a quarterback in there for the future. I can't rely on two things. Look at what the Jets have to do. The number one thing that you don't want to have to do right now when you're talking about quarterback and future is hope. You hope Rodgers plays, and you hope Zach Wilson can turn it around. I don't want anything to do with hope. I want certainty. So I'm certain I'm going, as of right now, today, I am looking, October 2nd, I am looking at a quarterback in the upcoming NFL draft until otherwise noticed or put on notice for everyone else. Unless something changes, nothing's changing for me. Not happening. And I'm hedging my bets, doing everything I can to make sure that I get one of these quarterbacks that are coming into the draft next April. I don't want to wait for Mr. Mushroom and the MILF Hunter. I have no interest in that. I don't trust either of them. So I'm going full force looking for a quarterback, not waiting for that bullshit. Okay? Just not happening. Okay? My boy Philly 500. Your coordinators are JV, dog. Woo, baby. Holy cow. Outschooled again. So let me get this right. Hey, man, hey, Philly 500. Dude, really tough games against Mac Jones and Kirk Cousins and Baker Mayfield and Sam Howell. Holy shit. Sounds like the Big 12. Hey, man, what a gauntlet of quarterbacks. Wow, man. Hey, let me get that right again. Hang on here. Didn't they just bench that guy? Didn't Mac Jones just get benched yesterday? So wait a minute. Mac Jones. Wait a minute. Let me get this right. Mac Jones, Kirk Cousins, Baker Mayfield, and Sam Howell. You guys are crowing about being 4-0. Okay. Hey, man, I guess it's who you're playing in front of somebody. I don't know, man. Wow. Jesus, criminy. And not one of those guys is worth a shit. Holy cow. Look at that, guys, man. I mean, wait a minute. You're telling me that you're crowing beating Baker Mayfield, Sam Howell, Kirk Cousins, and Mac Jones. Isn't that what you're supposed to do? Aren't you supposed to beat those guys? Aren't you supposed to beat Sam Howell 5 starts? I mean, Sam Howell has only started 5 football games. Holy shit, man. This guy was taken off the JV squad. You hyped all those teams before we beat that ass. Way to go. No. LJ is so proud of Mac Jones, Kirk Cousins, Mayfield, and Sam Howell. 7-9 combined. Hey, man. Oh, man. What a group of quarterbacks that is. Let's see. Hey, how about this? Well, are they on my list of teams that will need a quarterback next year? Let me look. Let's see. The Patriots. Yeah, I got the Patriots on my teams that need a quarterback. Yes, real tough for us, but I guess I could be worse. We could have played Hall of Famer Josh Dobbs. I mean, he's amazing. Beat the amazing Cowboys. Yeah, that Cowboy team beat the piss out of a team that you almost lost to and struggled against. Holy shit, the Cowboys annihilated that Patriots team. Worst defeat in Bill Belichick's history as a coach in the league. Woo! D! Ow! They put that ass whooping on that team. Yes, sir. They put an ass whooping. Shit, the Bills kicked the shit out of that Commanders team. 9 sacks. Crushed them. It's not us thing. It's an NFL thing. GM keep drafting shitty quarterbacks. Now, there you go, Death. Hey, that's a good take. That's a good take. That's a good take. Yes, sir. Hey, see this, man? You guys, Turner, you're not wrong, man, when it comes to the Cowboys and what Philly brings up. As good as that win was by the Cowboys over New England, I'm sorry, man. I can't get the taste out of my mouth of losing to Arizona and the way you lost to Arizona. I mean, they ran the ball down your throat. Okay? They ran the ball down your throat. Okay? They surely did. Absolutely. And you can't get rid of – the only way that the Cowboys can get that taste out of their mouth is if they get to the NFC title game. Because nobody will trust them. Not a person on the planet will trust them. You can't trust a team that loses to Arizona. Man, Cowboys look so good. The Cowboys are like an alcoholic. Guys, hey, 5 years, guy's doing a great job. All of a sudden, one moment, it's like an addict. You just have one of those days. That's who the Cowboys are. The Cowboys are like alcoholics. I mean, they'll stay on the wagon for 5 years. All of a sudden, one moment, man, little moment of weakness, they get killed by Arizona. It's just untrustworthy. Okay? Hurts talking about being a one read, can't even read a super chat. Hey D, I can read game film. Coaching was and has been bad. It has been. Cowboys are one-dimensional. So's the Eagles. Cowboys are the front-runner team. And you think the Cowboys are better than the 49ers and the Eagles? I do not. Okay? I do not. I do not believe that. Hey, Bleach, sorry to hear that, man. Hope you stay healthy. Hour number 2 coming up. We will talk to our friend Gary Cobb at the bottom of the hour, as we always do, at 4:30 from Fox 29. I'm going to take a look at what the Eagle defense needs to do as it moves forward, because you're starting to get into the tougher part of your schedule. We'll take a look at that. Also, some of the top performances that we saw this past weekend, and some performances guys need to pick it up. Those are our winners from past week when it comes to our Hooters gift certificates. Thank you so much. Hour number 2. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio, or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild brigade.
Score and save in southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Rick Sills, National Football Show. Appreciate you coming aboard here. Thank you so much. Let's do this. There is no way on the planet here that you do this or you say this, that the Dolphins were exposed. The Dolphins were not exposed by the Buffalo Bills, and nor was Tagovailoa exposed. What happened in that game against Buffalo. What do you think happened? They're not exposed. This is about playing great all year. This is not about playing great for one game or 3 games. It's about isn't it what you guys tell me? It's about playing great all year. And you take all of it into account. Hell, I heard Rob say this. You can't say that the Eagles aren't the same team now because why? They didn't get out to the same start they did a year ago. We'll find out more towards the end. We've won 4 different games in 4 different ways. Only thing is one-dimensional was television in the 90s when the Whiners or Cowboys last won anything. The Dolphins did not get exposed. Do you know what they learned? What it's going to take to beat a good team. Pull out the gasket for the Cowboys. 49ers are going to eat their lunch next week. Maybe. Okay? They just learned what it's going to take to win. And I'll make the comparison what Washington did to you guys. Big Sills, it's the Vic Fangio philosophy on defense, which is terrible. You can't have a top 5 defense pressure and have your cornerbacks playing 10 yards off the ball. I completely agree. You can't do that to Josh Allen. Josh Allen ripped that thing apart. He's got to adjust on that. Totally true. We already know this. If Miami gets into a playoff game with Buffalo, that's not going to work with Vic Fangio's style of defense. It's just not. Sills, you think Morrow keeps the starting job when Nakobe comes back? I would fly. Okay? I would. I would totally. Okay? I would keep him in there until otherwise noticed when we start to see some poor plays. This is what you saw in that game. Hey, let me ask you this. Do you guys think Washington learned anything from Buffalo to prepare them for Philly? Or no? Do you think Washington learned anything getting their faces kicked in by Buffalo as they prepared for Washington, for the Eagles? Tone, I'll tell you what it is. When you play against really good teams, there's a game tempo, and there is, like here, when I played against the Green Bay Packers and Lindy Infani's teams, you were like, wow, these guys are good. When you played the 49ers in Montana like I did, or the Bears, a whole different group. You were like, holy shit. Wow. Everything's methodical. Everything's technique. It's not just about power and strength. It's about knowing where you are, situational play calling, being smart in situations, why we get penalties, they don't. It's just incredible when you play against refined teams. And you're like this, holy shit. And when you knew Buffalo's an exceptional football team. I like how everybody makes that Josh Allen to sound like he's some stiff, and he was 13-3 a year ago. Dude, Josh Allen is the most talented quarterback in the National Football League next to Mahomes. He is. When teams play us, they also say, damn, they're good. No, they don't. Not right now, they're not. Well, who, Sam Howell? Who, Sam Howell? Who's Sam Howell? You're comparing Sam Howell to Buffalo. How funny can you get? Eagles coaches have been frustrating. They have to stop treating Gainwell as an equal to Swift. The offensive runs different with Swift on the field. Philly, I'll make this proclamation to you, and I made it in the previous hour, and I'll say it again to you. He's totally an upgrade. I mean, he is playing like Christian McCaffrey. Let him play like Christian McCaffrey. Okay? Let him play like Christian McCaffrey. Quan goes, Sills played 10 games, and I did have a sack on Montana. I posted it. Nice picture of me sacking him. Yeah, and I blew and got hurt, and was the rest of it was all that. Yeah. Was it meant to be? Yeah, but I did sack Montana. And I had more tackles in my rookie year than your boy Jordan Davis did. Posted that too. I sacked Montana. I got proof of it. Okay? What do you have proof of? Hacky sack? Anyway, I'm kidding. Anyway, they learned a lot from that Buffalo game, did Washington. And now the Miami Dolphins are going to learn what it's going to take to beat the team that's the number one team in the division. That was a great learning experience. Miami's good. Tua's been playing great. Okay? There's no exposing. There's adjusting. Exposing? You want to know what exposing is? Take a look at your pass defense. Your pass defense is giving up around 300 yards a game to Mac Jones, Kirk Cousins, Baker Mayfield, and Sam Howell. You're not winning a Super Bowl with that number. That ain't happening. Washington, as Tone would say, they've got pieces spread out all over the roster. That's not a good team yet. They got a long way to go. They got great coaching. That's not a playoff team. That's going nowhere. Okay? And Buffalo destroyed that team. Destroyed that team. You're almost there. You're not almost there. Because just when you think your players are playing well, your coaches are all over the place. I don't think you have very good coordinators. As of right now, that's a good one. After the first month of the season, your coordinators get a D- in my eyes. Let me bring that back. D+. As a group, Desai probably C-, and Brian Johnson a D-. I mean, he's not very good. He's not very good. Okay. Yeah, just not very good. And when you have talent you're trying to coach, look, I think Desai's done a really good job at riding the backers. But that's because of the two guys playing up front that have been playing good. That was the worst game that Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter played, by the way, against the run. That was the worst game they played. And it wasn't awful. Okay? Desai's battled injuries on that side of the ball. He's not only battled injuries, but he's also battled inexperience. Can you put that super chat up for me? I missed it there. I know it's going fast for me here. Yeah, Arthur keeps bringing that 21-1 up with nothing to prove it, nothing to prove for it. The Bengals need to sit Joe Burrow until he's healthy. Correct. And we knew the defense would struggle. He's on pace for what we all expected. Totally, man. I'm not. You mean me and you, not everyone else. Because they thought that this thing was going to turn around right away. I'm going to get to the Eagle defense and what they have to do as they prepare for this Rams team. I think the Rams have a better offense than Washington does. Okay? I think they have a better offense. Real quick before I get to the defense. By the way, bottom of the hour, Gary Cobb. Let me throw this at you here. Andy Reid Is Andy Reid won his 250th game as a head coach in the NFL. I'm curious to hear what Eagle fans think of his tenure in Philly. It was what? He ties Tom Landry on the all-time wins list. He was what in Philly, Andy Reid? 250 wins, tying Tom Landry. That's quite an accomplishment. Okay? Just like Shanahan. Now, I'm not talking his overall body of work. I'm talking his Philly work. Chris says amazing. Great coach in Philly. Well, Brandon, he did win an NFC title, like Jalen did. Above average. 5 NFC championships speak for itself. Interesting how you see certain people and how you see other people. Interesting. He established a way to build your team and handle your personnel. I will forever be grateful for him bringing the Eagles back from the ashes. Other than that, I give him a B+. So it was Andy Reid who turned the culture around and not Joe Banner and Jeffrey Lurie. So Reid gets the credit, even though it looks like status quo from when Andy Reid came in. Interesting. So Andy Reid is the person that set the culture in Philly. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying? Andy Reid taught the Eagles how to build from the trenches. Former O-line guy himself. Putting Bradbury in the slot is criminal. I think they have to because of the lack of personnel back there. McNabb was always underrated in Philly. Reid was overrated. I don't know about that. Reid built the culture. Reid built the culture, not the owner. Okay. Can I tell you why I think that I don't know. Because Jeffrey Lurie really hasn't had a bad hire at head coach. Look, you may not like Chip, but I've said this before to you in the past. But there was a winning culture here. And he won. He didn't have a losing record. Like I've said this before too, his bedside manner sucked. But, I mean, they haven't really had a bad head coaching hire. But that was Reid. Interesting. Okay. I was just curious to see how you guys saw it, because to me, the biggest problem that you had with the previous owner, Norman Brayman didn't believe in O-line. He believed in D-line because Buddy believed in D-line. Don't you understand there? Norman Brayman left it in the hands of the coach. So to you guys' point, it probably is Andy Reid. Because why? Norman Brayman left it in the hands of the head coach to build the culture. But he didn't believe in building offensive culture. He didn't. He believed in Randall Cunningham with no O-line. Dude, he had Keith Jackson. He had Keith Byers. He had good, skilled people. But he had nothing in front of him. That was Andy Reid that came in and kind of changed that dynamic. So to your point, probably was the coach, Andy Reid, that set. Now that you think about it, Buddy Ryan didn't believe in building a football team in the trenches. He believed in building a football team on one side of the ball and kind of like only defense. See, Buddy was one-dimensional. He didn't know how to build an offense. That's kind of facts. I give Jeffrey Lurie credit for knowing his role in leaving football decisions to the football guys. That's kind of what you're right. So it is Reid. It was Big Red. Big Red was the one. No. Because what is the one fundamental, even right now, today? O-line, D-line. Those are the best grouping. Is, if you don't have those groups, okay, if you don't have those groups, you don't really have really great winning. So, okay, let's move on here. So, congratulations to Andy Reid on winning his 250th career game, because that's a big accomplishment. O-line, D-line will almost always keep you in playoff contention. Absolutely. Absolutely. No matter who your quarterback is. That's why the New York Giants, when they lost Sims, still won a Super Bowl. That's why the Eagles, when they lost their quarterback, they still won a Super Bowl. I wonder if that dynamic would play out this year. They lost Hurts. Would they still win a Super Bowl? If the same scenario happened this year that happened in 17, you think he'd win a Super Bowl with Mariota? You got the best O-line, best D-line combo. If we call Foles off the couch, like it. Okay. Eagles versus the Rams. Boy, are you in for a schooling. Hey, before I bring Gary Cobb up, I want to set the table here for these coordinator guys who I think got schooled. And it was a subtle moment in the game. You're late in the ball game. I talked to Tone about this earlier. So you're late in the game. It's 3rd and 1. You stop them on 3rd and 1. It's late in the ball game. What does Sirianni do? He accepts the penalty, puts it at 3rd and 6. It's a manageable 3rd down. When you have the inferior team, make them make the tougher decisions. Would he have gone for it on 4th and 1 there, or would he have kicked it? Make those teams make that decision. So what you basically did was you gave them a second chance to complete the 1st down. They were the inferior ball team. This Kenneth Gainwell love affair, I really don't get it. Sam Howell had 5 starts, and you playing that off the ball thing, that's got to be a fundamental decision on how you defend. And by the way, and Gary's ready to go. I'm going to get him here in a minute. Think about just the mentality of that 3rd down. So if you're going to play with a guy who's only started 5 games, and you're going to say, okay, make it 3rd and 6. What do? You back your corners up, and put a 10-yard cushion in there, and it's pitch and catch. That was not going to not be completed. But you gave him a second chance. And Sirianni goes, you should have took it, made him go for it, pressed him on the line. How's not getting that done? I just think the coaching, man, for the first month, I don't know. Let's bring my friend in, Gary Cobb from Fox 29. Gary, I tell you what, man, those Commanders guys, they made it a ball game. You're taking
they did. They did. The Eagles helped them. And you know what you're talking about with the way that they're playing off of the receivers. I think it was the previous game. The kid Job is lined up on the end zone. They got the ball on like the 10-yard line, and the kid's he's in the end zone. I mean, you're 10 yards off of the receiver. Are you kidding me? I mean, I don't know who's teaching. They do play. I understand you don't want to give up the big play. But this is ridiculous how far they play off the receivers. And nobody moves around. Come on. They see the way that smarter teams, guys move around. You're just telling the quarterback exactly what defense you're in, by your alignment. You don't move out there like you're scared or something. They got to start playing more aggressively. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you can't. I mean, this kid. You see the way that he looked the previous week, and to have him come back on you like that, and you just still letting him march the ball down the field, and everybody's playing off. I don't believe in all that. I don't like that where you just play off a guy. You're going to go up on him sometime. You're not going to ever change. You're going to always let them know exactly what you're in. You're not moving around. I've always seen guys like that. Those are nervous kids that are in the game just for the first time, and they won't move at all. Even if you got some of your linemen, if they say, hey, look, man, we know we're doing this, but we're going to line up like this, and then we'll move over then. You at least make them think a little bit. But they don't even do that. They just play so passively. And I just don't think you can against good people. Come on, if this kid is going to go after you like that, what is a seasoned quarterback? They look at that schedule, man. They're going to have to they're going to have to play better. The team's got to play better. And
Gary, people like Mac Jones, Kirk Cousins, not so much Mayfield, but Sam Howell are moving the change. How about this stat, Gary?
Yeah,
21 plays. 150 yards in the first two series for Washington, who has one of the worst O-lines and couldn't run the ball to save their life all year.
That's right.
I was floored they were pounding the ball like that on them.
Very, very disappointing. They didn't. Now I know sometimes you don't show up, but this team is just going to have to play. They're going to have to play quite. I mean, very much. They're going.
You think they were outcoached?
Much better.
You think they were outcoached?
I think I would have to say so, but because I thought the job they were doing in the first half with the play calling and the game plan they had for them, you could see Washington came out confident, and they were on the attack. They went out and boom, somebody just marches down the field on you like that. Normally, you look over there, they got to be a good team with a good quarterback. You got a kid over there just learning the job. This kid is not sure what he's doing. You should be on the attack of him. Were you showing him looks and you giving him things? You're letting him make mistakes. But, they just don't believe in that. I mean, and when the defensive line was dominating at the beginning of the season, you're able to get away with that. But they were not dominating yesterday. And if you look down the road, man, I don't see good things up the road if they don't play better than this.
This is not a Super Bowl team now. It's just not, because a guy like Josh Allen, you play 10 yards off the ball with him, he'll put 500 yards on you in that ball game there. I will say this, though, before we move on to the linebackers, why is Dallas Goedert not part of this passing offense at all? I mean, he's just not.
I think you got to, he doesn't have a feel of how to get Dallas going. He doesn't have a feel of him to get the ball on the move sometime, to let the guy run. The guy breaks tackles. Come on, the DBs are not happy when they see him with the ball. You got a guy 250 pounds running with the ball. Come on. The DBs nowadays, even though, really, one of the Eagles, Reid Blankenship, he didn't look good, boy. One play where you're cutting a guy, one-on-one tackle with the goal line here, and you're going to go cut the guy? You got to do better than that. But anyway, the big thing is the coordinator doesn't have a feel of how to get Dallas Goedert going, and they did much better job last year. They get him the ball. I think he needs the ball on the run. He's a big physical guy. Why can't you let him have the ball when he's on a crossing route and you get the ball to him short on a run, on the move, Because these guys are not crazy about tackling him. And once he gets the ball in his hands, we found out in the past, year after year, guys are not crazy about tackling him,
No, man, he's a horse. There's no question about it.
Runs over people. He's got good speed. He's a good guy with running with the ball after he catches it. So you get the ball to him on the run.
Absolutely. He's got a nose for the end zone. That leads me to Hurts here. I didn't think he was very accurate in the first half. I thought he was sensational in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
But Gary, is it me? I think this offense and the coordinator are holding them back. And I'll tell you, the 54-yard touchdown pass was a really good play.
Mm-hmm.
He's at 67.7 completion percentage. I love that versus having big offensive numbers. I'd rather have an accurate guy than a big armed guy. But still, the problem that I have with this whole thing is you got a guy here that, to me, the play is what would break your back more? The 54-yard TD when you know your offense is going to run right back down the field, or when Hurts breaks out on 3rd and 11, he breaks out, Gary, gets that first yard when he's 8 yards in the backfield, you have him sacked, and he goes for the first down. That, to me, as a defender, breaks your back. And
yeah, it does.
It just seems that the Eagles, I saw that pre-sliding again. I saw a little bit of the conservative stuff. I mean, It's almost like they're putting the clamps on him in the run part of the game, and they want him to throw the ball more.
Yes.
And to me, I think that's the wobbling part of this offense. Am I wrong?
Well, I think at some point I understand where they're coming from, and that they do not want him to get hurt. They don't want him taking shots. I thought they were going to do more where, you get the ball to kid from Detroit, DeAndre Swift. You get the ball to him on the check downs. See, because I thought it was good. That's what they really wanted and that's one of the reasons they brought him here, because they don't want Jalen taking off running as much. They would rather him throw it to Swift, let him run. See, on check downs or the DBs. Or any of the other running backs. But to reduce, Jalen's running with the ball, they definitely want to reduce it because they know if he gets hurt, they're done. They might as well hang it up. So they want to reduce his running. But a lot of the teams, though, they're reducing his running by taking it away. They are taking away his option. They're making him, you hand the ball off, let the running backs run. We would rather that. We do not want him breaking our back with them long runs. You can see the defenses have done that, and that started with Belichick, and then Flores, and the rest of them have kind of followed suit where they take away. We would rather take away Jalen Hurts running with the ball against us. On those RPOs, the run pass option. So you haven't seen him where he's held onto the ball and taken it and had any room to run. There's always a guy waiting outside for him. So teams have decided to do that because I guess they looked at the stats and seen that he, is going to gain more than the running back going inside. So that's what they've decided to do, and it seems like they've taken that away out of the offense. So the Eagles are going to have to do different things, and that's ultimately what this is that this year's offensive coordinator was going to have to find ways to maybe tweak things in different ways because teams are going to take certain things away because everybody, especially in the NFC, all they did all offseason was work on how to stop the Eagles because they pretty much killed everybody last year with their offense. They couldn't stop them. So that's what everybody was doing, was watching on that. And, of course, they're looking at tape. And because they were going to be playing, Belichick, of course, they see in the way, how did he play them? And he was able to take away Hurts from running the ball, So their running backs are going to have to do most of the damage on the ground. And they're going to have to be able to, hook up with their receivers. Hurts is going to be able to hook up with those guys. But I don't think that it's going to be difficult for him to get his running going this year because it seems like the teams are taking it away.
Gary, how about the linebacker situation, the way Zach Cunningham and Nicholas Morrow are playing? Looks like Jacoby Dean will be a healthy guy going into the Rams game. What do you do there? Do you put Dean in or do you leave it as is because these guys look like a pretty good duo right now? And it looks like, how about this? I mean, since the beginning of the year, it just looks like they're getting better each week. I mean,
it does.
Don't you leave them in there, especially with the way the guys in front as a four-game litmus of what they're doing, sample size. Yeah. Don't you leave them in there?
I think you got to think about that. I think that is definitely a consideration that right now I would be leaning that way because, with all due respect, the kid hasn't been in there long enough to really do much. He hasn't done much. And these guys have been playing well together. They've been tackling well. I like the fact that they're playing aggressive. I hadn't seen them on tape, especially Moreau. I hadn't seen him playing this aggressive. It seems like maybe that defensive line in front of him has gotten him, and maybe just getting out on that street a little bit. That street.
Oh no! Hey, you got a little fear in you, man. When you hey, get this. When you start looking around, going, hey, I ain't making that $40,000 paycheck anymore, man. All of a sudden, you ain't making that, and rent's due. It's not good.
Hey. I think it got some fire under him because he wasn't playing like that in that tape I was watching him.
Oh no, he's playing scared for his gig.
Yeah, and that's what you want. He's attacking the line of scrimmage the way you like to see guys doing, and it's giving them aggressive, niche to their game, which we hadn't seen before. So I like the way both of them play. Cunningham, man, every time I look up, man, they're attacking the ball, making a good solid tackle. So I really like the way the linebackers are playing. So really, I guess if I had to say something would have to happen for me to put him right back in. I'm going like, are you sure you're all right, Nakobe? Maybe you need another week.
How about this stat here? Tone just threw this up. Nicholas Morrow is the second highest graded linebacker through 4 weeks behind Roquan Smith.
That does not surprise me. I love the way he's playing, the way he's attacking the line of scrimmage. In fact, both of them, a number of plays, I look at both Moreau and Cunningham all over the running back. I mean, pounding the guy, which I hadn't seen that from Moreau. I'm looking at the tapes. That's why I said, I don't know about this Moreau. I'm looking at the tapes of him, but I see now he's playing aggressive. In fact, both of them, man, they're playing good, doing a good job at that linebacker position. And everybody's got it. I just hate looking outside and you see the corners playing way off. Come on, man.
Gary, that's a fundamental decision that they've made as an organization, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it is. But I think they're taking it to, extreme. Come on. You got to give them a chance, too, to go up and sometimes back off guys. You can't just play way off the guy where you got a young quarterback. Why are you going to give that to him like that? Or if you're going to back off him something, you do it at the last second and you move up sometimes. So he looks out there going, oh, man, I can't throw that out there. But why are you going to just back up, guys? This is not, what is this, Pop Warner football? We're going to, I didn't get it. I'm going, get up on the guy some. And then sometimes you want the quarterback to look out there and he sees you're up in the guy's face. Well, you're never going to do that. Come on, give him a different look sometime. And really, more of the guys should be moving around. You got a young kid that's not sure of himself. What are you doing? This kid is not sure of what he's doing. Give him different looks. Come on.
Gary, how about this one here? What is this absolute love affair with Kenneth Gainwell, man? I mean, dude. DeAndre Swift, I said this earlier in the show. Mm-hmm. DeAndre Swift's an upgrade to Miles Sanders. I believe he is because you know what he does different than Sanders? Sanders runs the contact. This guy, he's elusive. He runs better in traffic. You can see
he does.
He runs better in traffic.
Yeah.
Why are you playing this other guy?
Well, that's because, in the past, Gainwell had done a good job for them, and this was really the thing. Miles is taking everything outside. He would take stuff outside. That's why he's not here, really. Take everything outside. Whereas Gainwell will go north and south. But Gainwell's a little guy, and he's not really great when it comes to making people miss. Even though he's a little guy, he's not shifty, and he doesn't have the vision, and he's not going to make the moves. Who am I thinking about? Zero. Swift. He's not going to make the moves Swift's going to make. Swift is going to, you don't know where he's taking the ball. I mean, he's got great vision where he's running and you don't know that he's going to find a hole that's way over here, And most of the time, running backs, they don't have that level of vision. He's got about the best vision of backs that I've seen in a long time. He has got great vision.
It's almost like Christian McCaffrey.
That's right. That's right. It's almost like that. He's got that, even though he's not as strong as McCaffrey. So he doesn't break tackles as much, but he's got that type of vision, where he can see a hole. If there's a hole there, Swift is going to find it.
Gary.
And so because of that, he's better than Gainwell.
Finally here, who do you think is a better team right now, 49ers or the Eagles? I said Niners.
49ers. I mean, right now.
I say the 49ers because I think they have a better defense right now.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. This defense has got to they got to play much better. Much better. And that's the defensive coordinator. I think they got to be more aggressive. I mean, they a lot of times everybody's been talking about how much blitzing he's doing and all that. And I know he's not doing a lot of blitzing. And I know that really, in a lot of ways, this is not his call. This is Nick's call. That he wants them. He doesn't want them giving up big plays. If a team is going to march downfield like they did on that first drive all the way down, he's going to rather to see that than them going up with a big play. So he doesn't want the big plays. But you can't just overdo it with this, where you're just letting people – a good quarterback is going to pick you apart. If you're just going to give them 10 yards outside, you got your corners playing almost 10 yards off. I mean, come on. Are you kidding me?
Dude, wait till Mahomes and Allen.
Yeah.
And even Dak.
Yes.
I mean, Dak kills the Eagles. I mean, I see 450, 350, shit like that, man.
Yeah.
When again, and think about the philosophy though, Gary. Like that 3rd and 1, it really rubs me the wrong way. Okay, I get it. It's Sam Howell, but you gave him another shot, and then you dropped the corners off.
Come on.
And you played zone, and it was just pitch and catch.
Come on.
You actually gave him more room to operate.
That's right. I mean, it's ridiculous how far they're playing off guys. I'm going like, what are you doing, man? This is pro ball, and I've never seen that. I mean, they've been doing that, most of the year. But I don't see that that's going to work. They're going to have to change that. You have got to be more aggressive. And they let this kid look so good against them.
5 starts.
And you see the way, the Cowboys got after, the Patriots.
Destroyed
they didn't give them anything.
Destroyed them. Absolutely destroyed them.
It's going to be interesting. I tell you, they got their work cut out for them the rest of the way. Eagles have got their work cut out for them, buddy.
Boy, that defense, absolutely, man. I'm just, are you buying Purdy now?
Yeah, I'm buying Purdy. I think, Purdy, the thing about Purdy is he sees the field.
21 of 22 yesterday.
Hey, the kid, come on. Purdy is sound, man. Purdy understands the game. For such a young kid, for somebody to be as consistent as he is. And, of course, they do a great job of calling plays for him. But he sees the field. He knows what he's doing. He knows where he's going with the ball. If that's not there, he knows the next option. He's accurate with his throws. Purdy is solid. You can see why he's in there. They don't have him in there by accident.
No way, man. He may be covering that Trey Lance disaster. Gary, thank you, my friend. Rams is going to be interesting, okay, especially if Stafford plays, and reportedly that kid they got from BYU is killing the league, and they may get Cooper Kupp back.
Oh, boy. They may be before this game?
Yeah.
That wouldn't be good.
Hey, I like McLaurin and Dotson, but Kupp and this new kid, man, and you got a play caller and Sean McVay,
I know,
who I think is better actually than Eric Bieniemy. This guy's got 2 NFC titles and a Super Bowl ring.
I know.
They
got their work cut out for them.
That's a challenge.
Man. Yeah, this is going to be a challenge here.
Absolutely. Gary, thank you, my friend.
All right, have a good one.
You got it. The great Gary Cobb from Fox 29, former Eagle himself, USC Trojan. We appreciate him coming aboard. Hit the like button. Top of the hour, we will look at week 4 of the National Football League, some notes and such like that. So we'll look at the NFL at the top of the hour. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild days.
Score and save in southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sills! Saw somebody in here go like this. Sileo talked all kinds of shit on Nicholas Morrow. I did. The Eagles cut him. Oh, aren't you going to talk shit on your Eagles? They cut him. Put him on the practice squad. They cut him. I did. The Eagles didn't think much of him. They cut him. Yeah, but, you know, they put him on the practice. Yeah, okay. They cut him. They didn't think much of him. Cut. Brought him back because Dean got hurt. They cut Nicholas Morrow. Cut. Then put him on the practice squad. Cut. Wasn't on the opening day roster. Cut. You were all shitting on him, including management. So Sills, he was talking all kinds of shit. He had 3 sacks. Hey, you could also aim that at your boy, Howie Roseman. So he was talking all kinds of shit. You guys are like, cut it out. We were not. Oh, I know. It's probably just like the same guy. See, some of the people in here are the same people that go, I love the pick of Jalen Hurts. Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? I knew he would be a franchise guy. He has the makings of being what Russell Wilson used to look like back in the day when he was early on with the Legion of Boom and all that. Yeah, sure you did. Yeah, okay. Yes. Not being on the active day roster, Steve, is called being cut. Yes. Y-E-S. Cut. when you're not on the opening day roster and you're put on the practice squad, you are waived. Yes, fired. Yes. Yes. Yeah, but you are the one. I don't know why I do it like that. It's just some people in here that make me feel that way. I don't know why I apologize for that because it's a little wormy. But then again, I think some people in here are wormy. But it's all good. Oh, man. What's your point? So when you talk shit on me, make sure you blanket it to your organization because they hated him too. They hated Nicholas Morrow too. I don't get it. So wait a minute. A guy who was cut is going to start over Nakobe Dean. How's that going to look? Huh? Oh, Howie's got that to take. Oh, my God. I never thought of it. You know, it's funny because my boy Tone brought something up. You know what he said? He thought that maybe the reason why Riverboat Ron didn't go for the 2 was because he wanted to be conservative and save his job. You think Howie Roseman yanks Nicholas Morrow out of the starting position and puts Jacoby in there because he drafted him? Eagle fans, don't be surprised if the Eagles bench Morrow for Dean. It would be on brand and on cue. Tone knows the Eagles. I think they're going to do that. You can't have a guy you found off the street for a guy you drafted in the 3rd round. How's that going to make Howie Roseman look? I mean, really, how's that going to make him look? Wait a minute. You mean I drafted a guy in the 3rd round? Here, I got to get the binoculars out. I drafted a guy in the 3rd round. There he is right there, Georgia guy. And I found this guy who I cut, and I'm not going to play him. That will not make me look good. I wouldn't be shocked if Dean's a starting inside linebacker against the Rams. Morrow is ranked 2nd. They cut him. Great. Why are you over? Get this. Sills, Morrow's the 2nd-ranked linebacker next to Roquan Smith. Okay? They cut him. So they cut the 2nd-best linebacker playing right now in the NFL. The Eagles cut him. No, they didn't. Yeah. You cannot deny they cut him. They did. Making moves like that is how you lose your locker room. How we just get rid of those guys? He's not going to have an Alshon Jeffries in the locker room ever again. It's a numbers game, dummy. The 2nd-ranked linebacker playing-wise in the NFL, you cut him. And that's a numbers game. No, don't you mean that Dean's not good enough to play? And Morrow's better? Why don't you say that? Why is that so? Say it with me. Come on, you pancake eating. Say it with me. Nicholas Morrow is better than the guy Howie Roseman draft. Arthur goes, Dean isn't healthy. When is he ever? Say it with me, you pancake eating. Okay? Say it with me. Say it. Morrow's better than Dean. Will Howie realize that? Okay? Dean is fragile. Balsa would be proud to be named Nakobe Dean. Okay? Okay. Hey, say it with me. Morrow's better than Dean. More reliable, maybe even. He's right now. So a guy who they gave no money to and no future to and no true contract, they gave him nothing. And they cut. is going to start over a healthy Dean. Solid. Can't admit it, can you? Sabra. Sileo's never right about anything. Well, I can promise you one thing I'm going to land on that pot on is that dude from Georgia. I don't see it. I told you this. That guy ain't cutting it. Say it with me, Davis. Where was he? Did he play? I missed it. I missed the Washington game. I didn't see him in the Washington game. Whoa, wait a minute. Was Jordan Davis in the Washington game? I missed it. I missed that. Sam Howell ate your defense up. And a team that can't run the ball ran the ball. Let Jordan Davis get a pass this week. Come on, Sills. Even Tone. Look at Tone, man. Tone's on your side. All right. I'll give him a pass. Shit. Overtime, decision game, field goal, Washington, short work week. What do you want? Didn't have he didn't have all of his White Castles this week. All right. All right. Whatever you. Hey, listen. I'm here to help. That's what I do. I'm here to help. Whatever you need, man. Any excuse you want, I got it for you. Who does Jake Elliott remind you of? I don't know, man. Kickers aren't football players, dude. They're just dudes. Okay? When the most valuable player for the first 4 games is Jake Elliott, don't you think you got a problem? Hey, your most valuable player on the Eagles for the first 4 games has been Jake Elliott. Shit. Not even Seth in the postgame show wanted to say that. Oh, Steve, this is unbearable. I can't take it. Oh, I know, Steve. It's all right, kid. I know, Steve. I know. I'm sure one of those WIP shows will make you feel good, even when they don't pay their bills. You go listen to one of them things. Hey, make sure you tell them guys to pay their bills. Hey, last hour of the program, we're going to look at week 4 of the National Football League. We will take a look at some of the guys that have performed, except, by the way, C.J. Stroud is killing it. I may have to say this about him. I may be wrong. Being the best or not the best means nothing at all. Care on Philly as the team is going as a contender, and Hurts I don't know. Hey, final hour of the program. We'll take a look at week 4. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball, once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild wood days.
Score and save at Southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Some of you guys' theme songs should be Tears for Fears. Power Hour of the program. Big sales, man. Nothing stops us, dog. Nothing. By the way, we want to thank our great friends at JAKIB for expanding the show. By popular demand. How you doing? There's our great winners. Tomorrow we'll start it up again for our gift certificates with our great friends at Hooters. Some of you, hey, by the way, I know that, see, there's a few of you hammerheads in here that have like 748 different accounts. And what you do is you like email my bosses 78 times. They don't care. They don't care. It's the other thousands that watch the program that have demanded it and why we're the most watched show in Philly. So, thank you. We appreciate it. How you doing? Hi. Just because like some of you have 838 different, and you're one guy 1,700 pounds sitting in your mom's basement, all hairy and shit, with like flip-flops on and a Hello Kitty pen that you have in your hand. That's not going to deter the folks at JAKIB. Speaking of that, hey, man, that's really cool with the back setting that they had with the New Jersey, man. Yo, still some crying. Yeah, there's some 500-pound fat Italian in South Philly right now going, how did he know I had 800 accounts? How does he know that I have 800 accounts and I have a Hello Kitty pen? And I email his bosses every day. Get this guy off the radio. Get this guy off the TV. I can't stand him. See, my aunt, she's like this. She goes, there's so many other people that watch. I go, I know. There's just a few people that like to stand on an anthill and think they're standing on Mount Everest. And see, when I acknowledge you, that's when you're standing on Everest. Right now, you're on an anthill. But I'll get there to you, man. How did on a hot Cheeto diet, my mom's yeah, seriously. Some dudes right now, Tone, he's sitting in his basement with like a guinea tea on, hair everywhere, a Hello Kitty pen, and he's got hot Cheetos and he's drinking lemonade. I hate this guy. Yeah. You're welcome, Sills. How you doing? Thank you. Yeah, man. There's this really fat guinea guy in South Philly right now going, hey, How's this guy get 4 hours? Well, I don't know. How have I been on 35 years? I have sucked for 35 years. Sucked. Oh, man, we're going to get to week 4 of the NFL here in a minute. But I hope that image I gave you doesn't make you throw up your Cheetos for tonight's game or your wings from my friends at Hooters. I hope not because, right? I mean, he leaves the house as a grab a DoorDash Twinkie fix. Yeah, this guy goes to Wawa and gets that shitty pizza they have. Hey, by the way, I had some of it. It's a little better than the last time they tried the adventure. This is a little advice for Wawa. Stay out of the pizza business, guys. It's not working for you. You might want to dish that. Okay? You might want to not do that. Stay out of the pizza business. It's not your gig. It's better than it was before. It's still greasy, still slimy. The cheese is no good. And, dude, look at the undercarriage. It's not good, man. It's got to be a little burnt. Don't you get it? Don't you know how to make a pizza? And there's more flat. East Coast, flat. But on. You have no idea how to make a pizza. How you doing? Stick to the hoagies. Yeah, stick to the hoagies and meatball subs. That's right, Tone. They're not bad. They're good, actually. Good. Sue's like, hey, Sills, it's Wawa. Relax. That I will relax on, Sue. Thank you. 49ers fans been crying since the NFC Championship game. That I will agree with you, 85. Look at how good Purdy's playing. If Purdy was playing like this right now, we would have won the NFC title game. Woulda, shoulda, coulda, man. You don't get that here on that program. That's not what you get here. You will never hear me say that. Okay? You will never hear me ever do this for 49er fans. Well, if Purdy would have played, they would have beat you. Not happening. Hassan Reddick made a game-changing play. You want to dismiss the play he made by destroying your quarterback and coming up with an excuse if he hadn't killed him in the game? Not happening. Not happening. That was a defensive play. I give defensive guys their kudos. By the way, he showed up too in this game on Sunday. Hey, 500 guy, forget trying to get rid of Sills. Use your accounts to get me a show. Let me reset the takeaways. Hoagies and subs. Yeah. Well, I was okay with that. Somebody goes like this, where you from? Bro, I'm from the East Coast. All up and down. From Wildwood all the way up to Block Island. I even posted a picture of me at Block Island. How many times I've been to Ocean City, Maryland? My aunt took me there for my first time when I saw the Jaws movie there for the first time. It was crazy. Sills, best pizza place. I don't mean to be a homer here, but even Dave Portnoy says it. It's about how far away, Aunt Betty, do you think Colony Pizza is away from my house down in the Cove? See, the Cove is where all the Italians were raised. Okay? I was born on the water. My grandfather was a fisherman. So how far away do you think Colony Pizza is? Half a mile? So Colony Pizza to me, and even Portnoy says, New Haven Pizza's spectacular. I don't know what it is. Hey guys, Chris, I don't know what it is with New Haven Pizza, but it's like the capital of pizza. It really is. New Haven, Connecticut. Dude, I've never been in a bad pizza place in New Haven, Connecticut. It's absolutely insane. Every place. Now, I'm a thin crust guy, but I like my undercarriage to be a little bit, burnt. So, I mean, but to me, about a half a mile. So my Uncle Richard used to go down and get 5 or 6 pizzas and 5 or 6 pies. And we would eat those things. Colony Pizza is tremendous. My wife really doesn't like it that much. Thin crust, a must. Yeah, man, I don't like that thick crust stuff. That's Chicago style. No disrespect to Chicago style, but I'm not big on that stuff, man. I like thin crust. What's the best pizza place in Philly? Because I'll be coming there soon. By the way, our appearance kind of got pushed back a little bit, but we'll be there in a couple weeks. What's the best pizza place? Because I will go. I will go. I'm going to get to the takeaways from Sunday's game and also week 4 here in a minute. What's the best pizza place in Philly? Angelo's? A Pizza? Brock Purdy looks like Doogie Howser. I saw him going into the locker room. The guy looked like a complete dork. Angelo's. Okay. Kamel. Look at that. See that name? Kamel? Got to be a Paisan. I grew up Mimo's Pizza in Philly. I will try all these places. I love pizza, man. Gee, really? Don't worry, I'll find a pizza place for you. Let me ask that. Do it in New York. New York's got some good pizza places too, man. They got some really good ones. King of Pizza. How you doing? Tuccanelli's? And I see Angelo, so I'm going to try that place. All right, let me get to the takeaways here. Please, guys, please, I say this to you. You're 4-0. Look at Joey, Domino's. That's like telling me that, let's see. Give me the name of a restaurant that's like a chain that's got an Italian name. It's an Italian food restaurant. Come on, man. Domino's, that's not pizza. Okay? That's like saying the best Chinese food is Panda Express. Yeah. Dude, let me tell you this. When I go to a pizza place, I want to go to a place that looks like a dungeon. Like when you go get food in Little Havana, Olive Garden. Thank you, Arthur. Olive Garden's not an Italian restaurant. If there's a white guy in there and he's your cook, that's not an Italian restaurant. That's not an Italian restaurant. Okay? It's just not an Italian restaurant. You got me? I mean, you can't walk in and some guy named Billy Ray Smith is the cook at Olive Garden. Who's your cook? Hey, Billy Ray Smith. Billy Joe Tulliver. Billy Joe what? Nah, I'm out. It's not going to cut it for me here, man. Italians are not white. Okay? Italians are Italians. On my admission slip to get into college, I checked other and put Italian and actually wrote Italian in. We're different. Okay? You see, you got to remember something. My history is not your history. I've told you guys this before. You know all the shit that happened in your American history? I got nothing to do with me. I got to worry about Mussolini and them guys back over there. You know, that's my past. My past has got nothing to do with over here. My folks have nothing to do with this. You know, the conversations that went on back in Civil War, that has nothing to do with me. My folks weren't even here then. That has nothing to do with me. My family's all over from Europe. Okay? Nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Hey, Tone, right? My folks are from the boot. Your American history has nothing to do with me. Yeah, whenever I grab my pizza, I need the health code to be quiet. I need the lights to dim and flicker like a horror show. When you go inside, there's nowhere to sit down. Either just order food, stand, and watch the game. I love those places too, Tone. I used to have a place like that called Burns's. It used to be 5 cent or 10-cent beers. And you get a boiled egg, and you go into this place called Burns. It's right under a railroad track. It's crazy. Anyway, let me get to my takeaways. Hey, Philly. Big Sills They ain't got nothing to do with me. Hey, did you see all the slavery? Nothing to do with me. My folks aren't here from that. We didn't come over till years later. I'm nothing to do with that. And plus, Italian guys were looked down not very highly here. Okay, nothing. So what about I got nothing to do with me. My folks are all over there in Italy and Hungary and places like that. Nothing to do with that. All right. You're 4-0. You're 4-0. We come from the sunny peninsula. Hey, telling you, Tone, or Philly, these people here, man. That's why when my grandmother used to go to the store, hey, Philly, when my grandmother, no, Batman, my family left because of fascism. Okay? They left because of fascism. Yeah, and hey, I tell you all the time, dude, nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. All right. Here's the takeaways. You guys are 4-0. And to me, the coaching was really the issue here with your football team and why that game was close. The Bills destroyed Washington. Why didn't you take the game plan? If you saw this, your defense is struggling. Yes, your defense is struggling. Okay? Did you see Rodney Harris? Is that Rodney Harrison? Try to rip Zach Wilson to. Oh, yeah, Zach Wilson to Chris Jones. I don't care about Wilson, but it wasn't a good look to me. Yes, I did. Why in the world would you not have taken that same game plan if you were the Eagles versus the Washington Commanders? Why wouldn't you have taken that same philosophy? Why did you try to do something different? And in the game planning of this, you made the game closer. The Bills destroyed that team. It was never competitive. 9 sacks. The Bills didn't even need to throw the ball. He threw the ball for like 218 in that game. Why did you make it a game? Because your defensive coaches and personnel and your secondary is struggling. Sam Howell, 5 starts. You let him rip those passes off on you like that? A high school coach could complete those passes. He was 71% in his 5th start. I'll tell you this. Most of you are sitting around crowing about 316 yards that Jalen Hurts had. I'm more impressed with Sam Howell. But you'll say you're more impressed with Jalen Hurts after 30 starts. This was this guy's 5th start. He threw for 290 yards, 71% completion percentage, and he still doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Who are you more impressed with? Really? You're more impressed with Hurts than Howell, that was his, not 5 starts, that was his 5th start. His 5th start against your so-called Super Bowl defense. His 5th start. It's okay. And what does the guy with 5 starts do? He goes 14 plays in the opening drive and runs it right down your faces. What does he do in the second drive? He goes 7 plays, 75 yards, and kicks your ass right in the groin. 21 plays, 151 yards in 2 series. They couldn't have punted. Hey, Tone, how many times did they punt? How many times did they punt in that game? Did the Commanders? 4? 5? How many times did they punt versus your vaunted defense? Just curious. See, people are like, here, Sills, you like praise and lose. I'm not praising anything. I'm keeping you humbled. They punted 5 times. A team who got annihilated last week only had 5 punts versus the Eagle defense. How many people think the Eagle defense is a Super Bowl defense? How many? How many people think the Eagles allowing 5 punts, only 5? How many people think you have a Super Bowl defense? I do. I love the I do's. The Kobe Dean won't see his job, dude. Oh, wait. No, politically he will. He'll get his job because you know why? It'd be like something he inherited. It'd be like, because that's Howie's boy. It'll be a nepotism. It'll be a nepotism move. That's my guy who drafted him. I can't have a guy I cut beating out a guy who drafted in the 3rd round. Steal of the draft. Is that what you guys call it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Dude, I can't wait to see that. We should know by Wednesday. He should probably come off the active list or the injured list Wednesday. And what are you betting, Tone? Thursday, Friday, they name him a starter over Nicholas Morrow who had 3 sacks. Zach Cunningham, you can't take out. Guy's a tackle machine. You can't take that guy out. Not a chance in hell. You cannot take that guy out. Okay? Oh, by the way, my aunt just confirmed 1 mile away from my grandpa's house down to Colony Pizza. Thank you, Aunt Betty. Oh, man. Right? You can't drop Morrow to practice squad either. Someone will snatch him up. Ooh, we got a little dilemma moving here. What are you going to do, Howie? Howie's going to put his boy in there. Nicholas Morrow, who's the 2nd highest graded linebacker, is going to be sent to the practice squad. And the Giants are going to pick him up, or the Cowboys. Oh, now that's how you lose a locker room right there. That's how you lose a locker room. Okay? Abel goes hater. No. N'Kobe's not good enough to start. Accept it. So the Commanders choked? Absolutely not. The Commanders made a poor decision not going for 2 when they were on the goal line to win the game. You're an inferior football team. You had them on the ropes. You had them dead to rights. You should have went for 2. Does it matter if you lose? You're supposed to lose. You were not supposed to win that game. You were 1 yard away from putting that team to sleep, and you chose not to and kick a field goal? You let a dying person live another day, and he came back to haunt you. You're the inferior gunfighter in that fight. You're not beating the Eagles. The only way you were in that game was shitty play calling, shitty defensive schemes, a defense that didn't show up, and Ron Rivera coaching for his job. Ron Rivera coaching for his job may have cost him his job. I would have had more respect for you, not that I have any respect for Josh Harris, if you would have went for it. Dude, I'd rather die in battle than in the rear with the gear. I mean, right? I'd rather die in battle. Okay? Completely outcoached. Chase Young just gave Jordan Mailata maybe one of his worst days as a professional. One of the worst days. Highest graded DTs through 4 weeks. Jalen Carter 1, Aaron Donald 2, Dexter Lawrence 3, and Chris Jones. Let's see here. Carter's a rookie. Donald's a $30 million guy. Dexter Lawrence, the Giant, all-pro nose. I don't know how he's high rated. That defense, we'll find out tonight even. Chris Jones, you know what? They're so limited on defense in Kansas City. Chris Jones is playing every position like he's Reggie White. I see him at nose, tackle, end, weak side end, strong side end. I see him standing. I see him everywhere. They're moving him around in every situation that they possibly can because, I mean, they don't have a lot of guys on defense. They just don't. Chase Young killed Jordan Mailata. Was all over him. I mean, how many times did he get around him? 4 or 5? How many times did he hit the quarterback? Dude, the guy was everywhere. Best I've seen Chase Young play since his rookie season. Really was. It's good to see that too, man. What an absolute. Gave Jordan Mailata everything. I mean, he beat Jordan Mailata so bad on one play, Mailata was chasing him. Penalties were atrocious. 11 penalties in the ball game. Very undisciplined ball game. And a very shitty officiated game. Okay? Here, look at this. S. Blunt, Chase Young, 2 tackles, 1 sack. Okay, how many people think actually, if you watch that game with any common sense, thought that Jordan Mailata handled Chase Young in that game? I want to show you how many people in here lie to themselves and to people every day. How many people actually thought that he played a good game on him? How many really people in here thought that Mailata handled him? Mailata struggled all day with that, man. Not a person with any common sense thought that. Now, the guy with the Hello Kitty pen and his guinea tea on. It's not true. Sipping on a sippy cup, drinking his Kool-Aid, preferably grape. Hey, Tone, that's the guy that doesn't leave the basement either, man. That you know how he makes mac and cheese? He makes it on the radiator. Guy makes it on the radiator. Okay. Another game of situational play calling just wasn't very good. Linebackers were outstanding, believe it or not, for the Eagles. They really, hey, I'll say this to you. Terrell Edmonds is terrible. After 4 games, let's go. Dude, how many times did he get turned around? Wait a minute. How many people think Terrell Edmonds played well? I counted 6 times he got turned around. 6 times in that game by Sam Howell. Yo, Rob Allis. Oh, did he really? Good. Thurston Howell III is so bad. He's not very good. Okay. Oof. Man. CJ Gardner-Johnson, we were all saying potentially because he knows what he's doing. Now I know why. That guy is a F. Gardner-Johnson is an A. That is a massive loss. By the way, I got to tell you this, man. Hargrave's got 3 sacks, 3.5 sacks. He's playing pretty good over there. I watched him. He's playing pretty good ball too, man. Javon Hargrave's making an impact. He's making an impact on that 49er defense. I saw him making plays all over the field yesterday. He's a good football player. All right, here's the numbers in the game too. We'll get to the week 4 here in a minute. 34-31, obviously, in overtime. You had to kick a field goal in OT to beat the Commandos. First downs, Commandos 26-23. Again, here's a key in the game. The Commanders ended up holding you guys to 67 plays. I believe it's the only time this season that a team has held you under their play total, and they needed to. That's part of the remedy on how to beat Philly is 74-67. I think Gardner-Johnson is. I do too. I thought I heard Dan Campbell say that he potentially could come back, Tone, for like the second half of the season or such. But yeah, you had 10 series. That's how you beat Philly. Have more plays than them, holding the 10. Passing yards 311 to 258. Rushing, the Commanders outrushed you. The Commanders outrushed you. Now, the Commanders have a good front 5, front 4, front 7. They're good. They are good. 107 to 104. That's shocking, actually. Rushing attempts, 38-27. Your penalties were absolutely horrific. You expect 7 penalties from the Commanders. You don't expect it from the Eagles. Here is clearly there's 2 things that won this game for Philly. You ready? Well, 3. A shitty decision, Jalen Hurts, and no turnovers. You even lost. The Commanders actually had the ball longer than you. Usually when you see time of possession on one side of the ball, they dominated you. 5 minutes is not domination. But to have that advantage over Philly, I would say this to you. How many teams this year do you think will have that differential where they have time of possession in favor of Philadelphia? Maybe one other time? And it would be Washington? Hey, Tone, am I right? Last year they had time of possession too. Ron Rivera knows how to beat them. And his conservatism that he had in the play calling shocked me. Totally shocked me. The numbers by the players. Jalen Hurts, 25-37, 319, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Sam Howell, 71% completion percentage. 29-41, 290 touchdown, 98.6 QBR. DeAndre Swift, 14 carries, 56, 4 yards a pop. Brian Robinson Jr. Who? 14 carries, 45 yards. Like I told everyone earlier in the program, it wasn't so much they had massive rushing attempts. It was the fact that the Eagles had to respect it. A.J. Brown, 9 catches, 175-2, 19-4 in yards per catch, and a bonehead play. McLaurin, 8 catches for 86. I think Yale brought this up earlier. One of the things that made Terry McLaurin's catches look so much like he had a bigger day, he caught him on 3rd down to extend drives. That's what made that thing look a little bit different. Barb says the Redskins' pass coverage is garbage. So is yours. Eagles' pass defense is terrible. Dude. Hey, Barb, a guy who got benched yesterday, Mac Jones, he was benched. Had a 65% completion percentage versus the Eagle vaunted secondary that you're raving about now all of a sudden, and threw for 316 yards and 3 touchdowns. Cousins had a 71 completion percentage for 364 yards and 4 touchdowns. So in total, with Mayfield, did a good job on Baker Mayfield. You're giving up around 285 yards a game. 9 touchdowns and 2 picks have been thrown on you. Mac Jones, Kirk Cousins, Baker Mayfield, and Sam Howell. Every one of those guys most likely will be replaced in the offseason. I don't know. I don't know. Right? All right, let me do this. We'll do tonight's game, and we'll do week 4 real quick here. Hey, I really appreciate the folks, JAKIB, giving us a boost here, going 2 to 6 Eastern time. There's our winners. Congratulations to our guys. Tomorrow we'll start it up again for our gift certificates for our friends at Hooters. Hit the like button. We'll look at week 4. We'll look at the Giants tonight. Giants have to win tonight. The Giants have to win. And Gino goes back home, okay? They have to win. All right. Hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio, or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball, one smoke.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wildwood days.
Score and save in southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Whiners and winners. That's what we have who watch our show. Whiners and winners. Who are you? Hey, hey, Tone, that's a new one. Whiners and winners. Who are you? God, it's so great to do a show the way I used to do it. Not have to worry about some 22-year-old PD sitting in front of me going, why are you like that? I don't know, because I'm Italian. I'm from the East Coast, and you're from Weirdville. Whiners and winners. Who are you? Hey, by the way, man, I love Taylor Swift. I don't give a shit about her music. I'm more of a gangster rap guy, so you'll have to excuse me. I'm more R&B, Marvin Gaye, Aretha Franklin, and gangster rap, and some classic rock. That's the music I like. Okay, that's depending on what's played. Like West Side Connection is one of my favorite albums. Well, one of my favorite guys is Ice Cube. I've actually met the lead singer for Metallica, a show I do on Sundays with my friend Scott Farrell. I think it was Reload. He had them in the studio for Pharrell on the bench. This was years ago. And I met all the guys from Metallica. Yeah. What's your favorite classic rock band, Sales? It's a tough one, but I'm probably going to go Zeppelin because I like Robert Plant and Jimmy Page. Tremendous. I mean, probably four of the greatest, even even Jones, the guy on the synthesizer, is one of the greatest of all time. But Bonham's one of the greatest drummers. One of the greatest guitarists is Jimmy Page. Les Paul taught him. And, of course, one of the greatest frontmen of all time is Jimmy Page. So it's probably there. Probably the longest lasting impact in rock is probably going to be the Stones. I do like Aerosmith. They're okay. Probably somewhere in there. You love Kansas? Hey, okay. You like Boston too? Right? You like them kind of bands back in the day? Boston and Kansas. And right? Kansas. What was another band back in the day like that? Hey, I'll tell you what, man. Yeah, Kansas. Boston, that one of the greatest albums of all time, though, is that Boston album. Every song on it went to like the top 20. It's one of the greatest written albums of all time. Hey, man, Heart's not bad. I mean, I like the Wilson sisters. Eagles are tremendous. Tremendous songwriters. I'm trying to think, did we ever – you see, I used to do a show, and it was based in Los Angeles when I worked at Fox Sports Radio. It was Premiere. Chicago, not bad. Floyd, phenomenal. And get this, Tone, I worked at a place, Premiere Radio, and they used to have a show called Rockline. And all the great frontmen would come in there. And, man, who was the guy? God, I forget his name just now. Who was a punk rocker, and he hosted the show. I met Elton John. I met John Densmore, the guy from The Doors. Ozzy. My daughter met Ozzy. Ozzy shook her hand in the Premiere Studios. It's crazy. Wilson sisters are tremendous, man. Nancy Wilson could sing her ass off. It was a great, at the Kennedy Center, they did a great honor to Zeppelin when they sang some of their songs. It was really good. Hey, man, that guy Journey, man, from the lead singer for Journey, man, one of the greatest voices of all time. CCR, phenomenal. Like them too. Okay. What's his name? Neil Young. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Phenomenal. Did you like Eazy-E? I did. And if you guys ever go back and watch, I told Ice Cube right here on this program, the guy who played Eazy-E, Tone, I freaked out when that guy was moving on stage like Eazy-E. We worked security when he opened for Luther Campbell had a show in South Florida, and the NWA came in, and we worked security, the Miami Hurricane guys. and it was down in Coconut Grove, and we did security. That got Easy-E got on stage, and Luther introduced us to us. That's how I know Ice Cube and Ice-T and all these guys and that's why we know the guys from Public Enemy, Chuck D. We know Chuck D because of Luther Campbell. I talked to Chuck a lot. Master of Puppets, love that. Dude, we did. Hey, get this, Tone. I see you're a Metallica guy. We opened. They were doing, I think they redid the album Reload. It was Load and then Reload. They didn't like the way it came out. So we were down in the San Jose studio. Scott Farrell, he goes, Sills, come on down. Metallica's going to be in studio. It was just 2 hours of Metallica. And they were live. And I'm sitting in there. The guys were great, man. Lars was it's Lars's band, really. Okay? It's Lars's band. Pearl Jam. Hey, Barb, I saw Pearl Jam with my wife. Hey, Barb, I'm going to tell you one of the coolest stories of all time. My wife and I, with my partner, Rod Brooks, we had a show called Ebony and Ivory. A brother and an Italian guy doing a show in San Francisco. It was way before its time. And you know what a maniac I am? Well, he was too. And nobody could really handle what we were saying on the air. Everyone got afraid of it. It was highly rated. So Rod goes like this. We got tickets to go to the Stones. Who opens for him? Pearl Jam. And sitting in front of us, smoking dope, was Al Locasal and Al Davis. They were eating cookies and drinking beer and smoking dope. And we're sitting here looking at each other. I go, that's Al Locasal and Al Davis. They turn around and look at us. And I go like this. I pretended like I didn't see them. That's why I post that. I got a postcard the next day that said, you're the best, Dan. We love you. Hey, Arthur, Ebony and Ivory. The name was kind of weird, but the show was off the chain. I mean, my boy Rod Brooks, man, this black kid from LSU, he started saying some. He's still on the air there, too. I loved him, man. He taught me radio. One of my favorite people on the planet. Terminator X. Chuck is such a friend. I admire him. I like anything out of the box, man. I got to get to these games. Let me get to the games. Raiders and Chargers. Hey, dude, I'm with you guys. Justin Herbert's got to win ball games. 24-17, they even a record of 2-2. Cowboys beat the pants off of the Patriots, 38-3. Dak 261, 1 touchdown, 3 touchdowns. I think it was 3 touchdowns. Or no, they're 3-1 on the season. 49ers, the hard-fighting Cardinals, kind of kept it around a little bit, right? 35-16, Purdy 283, and 1 touchdowns. I'm more of a Jimi Hendrix. Tremendous guitarist. Tremendous. Bills pound Dolphins 48-20. Allen 320, 4 touchdowns. Just annihilated the secondary. I don't know how much Jalen Ramsey would have helped. Browns, they take care, or the Broncos, they come back and they end up beating the Bears. Fields was okay. Okay, 335, 4 touchdowns, 1 pick, but man, 31-28. The Broncos, I don't know. Ravens take care of business with no Deshaun Watson, 28-3. Lamar Jackson, 2 TDs. Titans pound the Bengals. Hey, Jalen Hurts, way to go. You're playing over the Super Bowl hangover. Joe Burrow is playing under the super contract offer. Dude, I know you're hurt. If you're hurt, don't play. Because when you put bad tape out, people are like this. Don't put bad tape out. Hey, Barb, you ever go on my Twitter? Rohan Marley's one of my best friends. I know the Marley family. Okay? Go on my Twitter. I'm very close friends with the Marley family because of Rohan. Rohan's a legendary Miami Hurricane. Very good friends with the Marley family. Chiefs get past the Jets 23-20. Pacheco was the star. 20 carries, 15 rushing yards. Didn't Rohan play it to you? You bet he did. Won a national championship. Absolutely. Played with Sapp and with Vilma and with who's the kid from the Skins that passed away? Sean Taylor. Bucks get their record to 3-1. Mayfield did a pretty nice job in this game. Vikings come back. They beat the Panthers 21-13. Texans. How about the job that CJ Stroud? I may be wrong about Stroud. I think, what is it? Cam Newton's the only guy to have more yards in the first starts of his game. Stroud looks awful good. He looks awful good, man. Okay? Yeah, the Marley family, sensational. Rohan is a great guy. Rohan sent me some of his coffee. And I thought he had been on here, but he'd been on my radio shows a couple times. And he's got a great respect. He and I were having a conversation over the weekend. And I love Rohan Marley. They know everybody too. And his ex-wife, Lauren Hill, I've met her too. Hey, Tone, you should see Lauren Hill in person. I know most of you go like this. Sierra's great looking. You have to see Lauren Hill in person. You would go like this. Okay, that's one of the 5 best looking women on the planet. You've got to see Lauren Hill in person. And when she sings, it's even crazier. She did we were in the house and she started singing. And I'm sitting there going like this. Okay, no one will believe this. No one will believe this. Crazy. Who wins tonight? Seattle and New York. Who wins tonight? It's a 3,000-mile trip going across the country. It seems they figured it out. Who wins? If the Giants don't win, okay? If the Giants don't win, season's over. Then you start asking this question. Why did we give Daniel Jones that money? Why didn't we go get a decent wide receiver? Why didn't we upgrade the offensive line? Why didn't we help our defense more? Why are you spending money on a quarterback who you know, quite frankly, if he went in the open market, get this. If they didn't sign Daniel Jones to that contract, do you think there's a team out there that would have given him $46 million or $40 million? What team would have gave him $40 million, you think? So the Giants negotiated against themselves because they panicked. I would have called this bluff. Yeah, instead, you know what they did? They took a shit on the guy who is the most productive guy in their huddle, and Saquon Barkley. Dude, I get not paying a guy $15 million because he's a running back, but you can't get this past me. Well, I'm not going to pay that guy $12, $13, $14 million, and then I'm going to pay that guy 40? I mean, there's not a team in the NFL that would have went, hey, man, I'll tell you what, let me give Daniel Jones $40 million. Daniel Jones, I mean, he's doing what Baker Mayfield is doing. I mean, Baker Mayfield, isn't he Daniel Jones? Right? I mean, I look at Daniel Jones, I see Baker Mayfield. I see kind of the same guy. Right? I got Seattle tonight. I got Seattle. I think Gino gets that. What's that team would be 3-1 on the season? So I say that. Hey man, get this. Even with the extra hour, time flew, didn't it? Unbelievable. We so appreciate you guys coming aboard with us. Absolutely great stuff. Thank you again. We got Phil Simms coming up this week. I'm trying to get Chris Simms on too. Okay, no disrespect to Baker, I guess so. And maybe it is because this team's 3-1 on the season, right? Hey, man. Thank you, Xander. Thank you, Big Joe. Hey, Tone, thank you, man. You're a godsend for the show. Couldn't do the show without you, man. All of you, we couldn't do the show without you guys as well. Till tomorrow, 2 to 6 Eastern time, we shall see you on the flip side.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.